participation, including students to a very high-level senior official. I think it's a great experience for everyone that has taken part, including NFER.
Tell me, I forget. Teach me, I remember. Involve me, I learn.
One of the biggest takeaway is that there's so much capacity in the country and in the region, and a lot of very innovative ideas that's being generated by the people in different organizations. And this symposium, and including the Education Assessment Resource Center under NEC, is a very good place to be.
Distinguished guests, fellow educators, pastors in learning, ladies and gentlemen, it is true that the world we usher our learners into today is not the one we inherited.
The best way to predict your future is to create it.
We are confident that this symposium will generate actionable insights to guide Kenya's educational landscape.
Kenya National Examinations Council tuhifadhi hadhi ya mitihani yetu.
Thank you so much, Maswai, for that. I want to invite our first presenter of the day. His name is Mr. Paddy Mwangi. He works for LabTech. He's going to take us through experiential presentation on AI, TBC. Most welcome, sir. Let's give him a hearty clap as he comes to the stage. Thank you.
Allow me to stand on all the protocols observed. Good morning. Good morning once again. How are you today? You know, somebody once told me that you look as good as I feel, and I feel great. So I'd encourage you to tell your neighbor, you look as good as I feel, and I feel great. You look as good as I feel, and I feel great. Yeah, I told him I'll use that one day. So my name is Paddy Mwangi, and on this day I'll be representing Prometric. But before I even start, will you agree with me that the past 4 days have been nothing short of inspirational here at the annual educational assessment? Will you agree? Yes. Please help me give a standing ovation to the organization and the organizing committee and the entire team of the EARC and NEC for putting this together and creating such a phenomenal event. Please. Okay, you may have your seat. So it is at this point I'd like to introduce you to Prometric, the world's most advanced AI-powered assessment solution provider, with over 60 years in digital assessment development and 10 years pioneering AI assessment design and delivery for clients such as the US Medical Licensing Exam, the National Medical Practitioners Board, and nearly every healthcare council in the US, in Canada, including the Medical Council of Canada, in Europe, in the Gulf countries, Council of Countries, the GCC, and in Japan. What you're about to witness is the first US patented AI-powered item generating tool built by subject matter experts for subject matter experts, transforming them from authors to editors and validators. I'll repeat that. It's transforming a subject matter expert from an author to an editor and a validator. It is, in essence, a strategic enabler for every subject matter expert. How many subject matter experts do we have here today? Just by a show of hands. Are you a subject matter expert? Any subject that you're generating items for? Anyone? Oh, fantastic. We do have a few. Excellent. So without further ado, first of all, you are the client, the SMEs. But I encourage you to pay close attention to what you'll see. So you are the client, we're here to serve you. Without further ado, please help me welcome Wendy Gavin, our Senior Product Specialist, and Sarah Vispoil, our Chief AI Solutions Lead, as they take us through an introduction to the world of artificial intelligence in assessments and our fine-tune generate and fine-tune catalog solutions. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Patty, for that introduction. I'm Wendy Gavin. I'm the Senior Product Manager for Fine-Tune AI. I was a high school math teacher, and then I've spent the past 20 years in high-stakes test assessment. So I'm bringing all of that information and experience to helping build out these AI products. Sarah?
Hi, everybody. My name's Sarah Vispol. I'm the Chief Assessment and Learning Officer at Fine-Tune. Like Wendy, I started out as a teacher and just didn't really like the tests as they were coming out. So went back and got my master's and PhD in measurement statistics. So I am a psychometrician, but I oversee and just love making high quality assessments for all of our candidates. And lately we've been working on using AI to do so. So we're going to talk through some things today. I'm going to be sharing my screen. So let's get started. So you'll notice it says Fine-Tune AI, the first US patented custom AI developed, which is true. We are the first one to get that patent. That is because of our unique approach about AI. The biggest thing you're going to take away from here probably is we are not the same as just regular old things like ChatGPT or Gemini. When you're just interacting with large language models, we have a completely different approach, which we want to share with you.
I'm the Senior Product Manager for Fine-Tune AI. I was a high school math teacher, and then I've spent the past 20 years in high-stakes test assessment. So I'm bringing all of that information and experience to helping build out these AI products. Sarah?
Hi, everybody. My name's Sarah Vispol. I'm the Chief Assessment Learning Officer at Fine-Tune. Like Wendy, I started out as a teacher and just didn't really like the tests as they were coming out. So went back and got my master's and PhD in measurement statistics. So I am a psychometrician, but I oversee and just love making high quality assessments for all of our candidates. And lately we've been working on using AI to do so. So we're going to talk through some things today. I'm going to be sharing my screen. So let's get started. So you'll notice it says Fine-Tune AI, the first US patented custom AI developed, which is true. We are the first one to get that patent. That is because of our unique approach about AI. The biggest thing you're going to take away from here probably is we are not the same as just regular old things like ChatGPT or Gemini. When you're just interacting with large language models, we have a completely different approach, which we want to share with you. Let's see if I can get the slides to advance. One of the questions actually that came up from Patty, who shared with us ahead of time, was to talk a little bit about what the difference between an open AI model is versus a closed AI model. And this is actually talking about, when talking about open and closed AI models, you're talking about those big large language models that we have access to. So as you can see on this slide, open source is what that's really referring to. So open source AI models are things like Meta Llama 4, Google Gemma 3, Mr. Large. That is, they are things you can actually download, and you have to be pretty technical to use them. But you have access to the actual code. You can see everything that's going on. Closed AI models are things like GPT-5, Claude 4.5, Gemini, those kinds of things. And it's more like you just can absolutely click and use a large language model. You just click it and you start going, where the other one is much more interactive. So actually, from Fine-Tune's perspective, we could actually use our stack with either one of those. For the most part, we tend to work with the closed models because we do need that. They tend to be better at more of the reasoning components and things like that. So for whoever asked that question, hopefully that gives you an overall idea of what the difference between open versus closed AI models are. And what I want to talk about next is, again, about how Fine-Tune is a little different than what other people are doing or what typically happens when you're interacting with AI. And this slide has a ton of words on it and pictures and all kinds of stuff. But basically what we're getting at here is there's basically about 3 different approaches right now that people are using when they're coming up with items. The first one is called prompt engineering, and that's what all of us do. If you ever ask a question of ChatGPT or Gemini or Claude and you say, hey, I need an answer to this, and then it gives you an answer back. You have prompted it, and it gives an answer back. That's called prompt engineering, and some of those can be pretty long, and some groups are using this particular approach to write items. They have a particular, like a template, and they write items, and you can tell this is prompt engineering when you ask for something, and then you get something back, and then you go back, and you go back again. And that's what that chat interface is, a pretty clear indicator that you're probably just doing prompt engineering. That's important because there's some limitations to that approach, meaning it's kind of one-off, it's not very standardized. The quality when you take that approach is not as high as it could be. A second approach is called AI agents. AI agents are just AI code that execute a tool, a task, right? They use tools to do a task. And so like you might have an AI agent that does something about fixing your grammar, or you might have an agent that does this little task instead. So there's lots of people who are saying, hey, we have AI capabilities at our institution, and all of those they have different agents that are doing different tasks for items. And again, Fine-Tune is quite different. We are more along the third line where we have context engineering. That is, we have entire pipelines using your frameworks that you give us, your test blueprints, your exemplars, any kind of learning objectives, any kind of thing you want to make sure that the test is about, backgrounds, scenarios, all the kind of information, as well as any kind of misconceptions you want us to make sure and take it into account. Context engineering have this particular structure allows the AI to have those pieces in place, other references, and it will hold it, it will remember, it will take things into account. And so it's just a much more powerful system than, again, anyone else in the industry right now that's using AI. Part of the reason that is we were one of the first ones to get into it, and we refined it. So again, that's fine-tune AI and how it's different than others. It is expert built and fine-tuned. That's the name, right? We can fine-tune models. We're engineered by AI scientists and experts in assessment. That's another big difference. We had learning scientists and psychometricians and measurement experts working together along with we have a full team of about a dozen AI scientists that developed our materials. So, and we're going to show you a couple different tools we have today. Oops. First one is Generate. So Fine-Tune Generate by Prometric is a tool that allows you to generate questions. And as it indicates on the slide, it does it quickly. You can get high quality questions because of that underlying structure with all those pipelines. Always will see what the AI is talking about through rationales. It's always going to tell you that's built in, and Wendy's going to show you that. And lastly, I wanted to point out the security component. That was another question that came through. All of our stuff is SOC 2 compliant. Like when we get your particular generate instance model, it is a walled garden. All of your items are secure. It's built using the closed AI approach, but your data, again, is never retained. We have a ZDR, as a zero data retention. So the AI is not exposed. Your particular data materials are not exposed, taught. You're not teaching like ChatGPT, how do you write your items for somebody else who would then take advantage of that information. It's not like that. Everything is closed off and walled. So hopefully that helps answer that question. Some of the things we've seen in the field, like when people use Fine-Tune Generate to write their questions, they're coming up with 18 times faster. So compared to manually, when they start from their test blueprint and they write questions and they go through the committee of looking at items, 18 times faster, we see 85% reduction in review cycles, meaning the stuff is high quality at first, it gets better and better, and so they don't need as many checks and going back through. Cost savings, 60%, and again, that can increase over time. You also, all of the items that you make, and there's no limit on those, you can keep them, and that model is yours to use. No one else ever has access to it. The other tool we're going to talk about today is Catalog, and it does a lot of different things. Whenever you're in assessment, a lot of times we have to make inferences about questions. Whether that inference is like about alignment, where you're looking at items and I want to tag them to a blueprint. I want to see which ones measure which learning objectives, or if I want to look across my item bank and I want to see different things about them. Catalog can make those inferences, and it is designed specifically for assessment. It will give you those full transparency with evidence. That is, it's going to, any decision it makes, it's going to report on itself and tell you exactly how it did it. So you can see it, make sure that makes sense. And then again, we have, there's things like, it can also do things like review questions, making sure everything is accurate, checking for something that's outdated. It can even suggest improvements. So we've broken this up into a couple different things. Here's some numbers for Catalog as far as cost savings and things like that. We're going to go through both tools today and give you some background on each one of those. Wendy, I think you're going to take this over now, right? And start some Generate stuff.
I think I'm ready.
Okay, so I'm going to stop sharing my screen and we're going to go over to Wendy, who's going to be showing us Fine-Tune Generate, which is the AI that's designed to write questions.
So, Sarah, can you confirm, please, that you are still the
I am. Thank you. Yes, it looks beautiful.
All right. So, yeah, so I want to show you, some of what we've built out in Generate for our customers. And the examples I'm going to show you are going to take you through the features that we have built in to generate, and the variety of, the type of content we've covered and how we can cover that with you. So everything we're building in Generate, and as Sarah said, is custom to your need. So we want the information from you about your test. What are you testing? Standards, learning objectives, your test blueprint. What topics are you trying to assess there? We're also looking for cognitive complexity framework, or how do you measure critical reasoning? How do you assign levels to that? And your item writing style, that's something else that we build into the Generate models. So it's working similar to your item writers would be creating content for you, that it has the information about your test, about how you write items, and it's giving you a place to start from there. So I'm going to start first with a medical example we have here. And in this first example, you can see how I've got this set of drop downs, and these are specific to this exam. So they have broken their exam into different rehab types. So when I pick that rehab type, then I can narrow down further into body system. And then even further yet, I can go down into the last level of the detail that they want to be testing their content at. So this is some of that metadata that they're using to tag those items so they understand what they're covering where. So I'm asking Generate to give me some items about venous thromboembolism. Generate knows about that, and it knows about the style. And so I'm going to ask Generate right now to give me 10 items on this topic. So it's looking at all that information that we built in that context engineering that Sarah talked about and writing questions. And so in just these few seconds, you can see Generate has given me 10 unique questions. Every time we run this, it's new content, which makes live demos a lot of fun. We don't know what we're going to get. So that was how quick it was for me to get 10 items. So think of this as an idea to start from. And now you in Generate as an item writer or as a subject matter expert are making decisions about the item. You're going to decide what's correct, what is the key. You're going to decide those incorrect answers, those distractors. We know that picking different distractors changes how difficult an item is. So we're not asking ChatGPT just to give me an item with distractors and not understand who we're testing, what we expect them to know, what misconceptions they have that we want to be assessing. So we're leaving that up to you, the expert. So this was built in a way that Generate is giving you a stimulus or some sort of story about, a situation there. It's giving you an item stem, and it's giving you answer options. And usually you only need, 3 or 4 depending on your exam, but Generate can give you more. And this is, again, giving you content to work from, not that you have to use what's here. Anything that is produced by Generate that shows up in these blue boxes is content that you can change, and you own it all. So as basic as I could in this item, maybe I don't want it to be a 65-year-old man, maybe I want it to be a 32-year-old man. Maybe different diagnoses or different treatments you need based on that. I can go through, I can make those changes. As soon as I've selected my key and my distractors, those options that I want as my right and wrong answers, I can save my item, and then I can move on to the next one. That's how quickly you could get through writing items with, kind of a basic idea to start from there. Part of what we've built into Generate are other AI functionalities. The big one we have here is a way that you as the writer can impact the model performance. So the way we build these models, we've got information from you along with sample items. If you now are developing content in here and you've got the best, most perfect item ever, it's a great example of what you're trying to create and the types of items you're looking for. You pick those keys and distractors, you save it, and you can give it a thumbs up. You are now actively impacting the model performance. You are saying to Generate, use this as another example of what I want. So that is the active learning that you can be working on with your Generate model to improve its performance over time. All right, I go on to another item because I messed with enough of these. We just keep moving on to another fun one. So this is one, again, same kind of setup, stimulus, STEM, options. But maybe I don't like the question. Maybe I want something different. I can rewrite it myself, or I can ask the AI to help me out. So I've got my stimulus, but I'm going to ask the AI to give me a new question. And by giving me a new question, it's also going to give me new answer options. So again, a way that you can use the AI throughout your development process and not just these one-shot deals with ChatGPT or something like that. So you can see here, Generate has given me a new STEM and giving me new answer options. All right, I'm going to pick one here, and I'm going to put Sarah on the spot.
Are we ready? Okay,
Right.
here we
So,
go.
the other way that we have built AI in the tool for regeneration is not only at the STEM, but at the answer option level. So Generate will give you some options. Maybe you like them. Maybe they're not quite written in the style that you want. So Sarah and I do this all the time. We tag team. I talk through it as she works behind the scenes to help me figure out how can I change this answer option of history of asthma into something a little different.
So this one's talking about some kind of VTE, which is some thromboembolism. And so it's which defined risk factors likely contributed. So let's say history of asthma because of his presence of pneumonia. And I'm trying to say because of. I don't like these short answers. I want to get longer ones. Presence of pneumonia, yeah. Which is not.
So I'm picking that as a distractor. I'm not saying it's the right answer, but I want to show Generate more what I'm looking for.
You don't trust me?
Well,
No, you're right. Can you move down one?
Let's do one more. It's
okay.
Why would active cancer be the factor contributing?
The likely active cancer because of his shortness of breath and calf tenderness, and that's right up there. Can you see it? There you go.
Right
so I can
there.
copy it.
Take that.
Because of the presence of or something. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
All right.
Good. Thank you.
So, thank you, Sarah. What we've got here now is some not so good distractors, but showing Generate the style in which I want them written for this question. So Generate's going to look at this and go, okay, hopefully it's going to do what we want for it today in a live demo. But I said, here's two bad answers, but I want you to look at the way they're written. And in best practices of assessment, you want parallel responses. You want them all to be similar in length and similar in the way they're worded. So I'm going to regenerate the options. Generate's going to regenerate options that I haven't included. So those two distractors that Sarah wrote, I'm going to blame her.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
They're going to stay. They're
okay, there we go.
Distractors. But you can see it's starting to give me some responses that are impacting the performance. All right. Next item to mess with here. Again, our focus is AI tools for you to use during your development process. I can edit, I can regenerate. I can also ask generate to identify which of the answer options could be a key. Give me a hint so I have something I can start working from. And so generate will go through the options and it'll say, hey, this one could be a key. Generate is not an expert in your content. You are the expert. You're still making that distinction, but you're going to select the key and you're going to select your distractors from there. Now, I am going to purposely select keys and distractors like this.
You made a mistake, Wendy. You didn't get it right.
You know, I like to think that I know better than the AI. So
Okay,
I'm going to ask it to check my work. Check my answer selections that I made. Are my distractors wrong and are my keys correct? And then write me a rationale as to why that answer choice is right or wrong. So this is where it teaches me some information. Says, hey, this answer choice that you marked as a key, you might want to think about as a distractor. And here's why. This is the AI giving me a reason as to why this is a wrong answer. Oh yeah, I just hit the wrong button. I can edit that distractor, make it a distractor with my item, and move on. This one was a distractor. Yup, it's saying it's an incorrect answer. Here's why. And then this one says, hey, think about this as being your key and giving me a rationale as to why this would be the key. So again, you can edit that rationale. You can change your selection there. All right. So I'm going to jump now to a different model and some different features we have. And this is one that we call Book of Knowledge. What we do is we can work with you, and if you provide source material, textbooks, learning documentation, we've worked with scripts from videos and PowerPoint, but kind of the information that you would use as saying, my examinees, this is the kind of stuff they know. So for this medical model, we have built in several nursing textbooks. So I want to use information from these books to help me write an item. So I've already decided that I want to write an item on, where'd it go?
Oh, there it is.
Educate the client on actions to promote and maintain health and prevent disease. That's what I want to focus on. But I specifically want to focus on preventing type 2 diabetes in adults. So I'm going to search my books. So Generate Now has taken that phrase and searched through the books and have found me 10 places across the book. So this is showing me here, it pulled it from 2 different books, where I can get information about helping prevent type 2 diabetes in adults. So I can say, I love this part of my book right here. I want to use that as additional information for Generate to have to help create my items. It's got the blueprint, it's got your style, it's got your samples, but now it also has the information from the book of those couple paragraphs I picked saying specifically write some items on that. Go ahead, run Generate. So it's going to take all that information and write me items on that topic, including the information that's provided in this reference text. We give it to you here to use during development. It's not intended to be given with the item, but you can see now that the items are focusing on the type 2 diabetes, and it's going to be focusing on information that came from that passage. I'm going to go ahead, again, I'm not a medical expert, ask it to give me a possible key.
Couple of them.
A couple keys. So
And
I'm
you
gonna
can
go
pick
ahead
whichever one you want. Yep.
and yes, in Generate, you can have multiple keys. We know that sometimes is an approach in testing that you want multiple keys on an item. So another way that you can use those books that have been built into the system is in this reference feature. So I want to search the books for support as to why avoid smoking and reduce alcohol is a key. So it's given me again information. So this one came up with the same place where I started, but it's also come up with other areas. So you can go through these, especially if you have multiple books. Maybe you need references from different types of books there. So you can go through and you can pick the part of the book that supports that being the answer key. And so I'm going to pull that in and say, use that selection as support as to why that's the key. So again, documentation that you have with your development of where you are able to support that being a correct answer. All right, now I'm going to move on to some content that I really understand. Math. So this I just want to show you as another example as to how we customize the model for you. So you can see in this model, we built it for K-12 math, grade 8 specifically. And this was for, a customer that has a set of standards based on strands. So I can start picking an area, again, that I want to focus on writing my questions. But then I've also been able to put in level. And this is meant to be kind of that level of critical reasoning. What are you expecting from the examinee to have to think through to answer that item? Is it fairly, recall, simple, thought process to get to that answer? Or is it more complex? So that is something that we can, again, work with you on in terms of how do you define that for your exam and your population and have that as a variable in creating content. Same thing with something like this in math. Do you want just math? All math? Or do you want math in context with a story? So those are the types of things that we can help, separate out if you're really trying to fill your item bank in certain areas. Those are specific areas that we can target when we're building models. I'm going to show you an example now of one of these math items that we've created. So you can see this one was with context. So it's created a nice little story here before. It's asked the question. But the way these models have been built is it is actually finding the key for me up front. So I can mark that as the key. But it's writing a rationale as to how it got to that answer. So we're asking the AI, go do all the work and tell me what you did to get to that number. The key sometimes is the easiest part. It's those distractors, those wrong answers that become a lot of fun. Where do the students taking this exam make mistakes? Where are their misconceptions? So that's how Generate is coming up with the other answer options or those distractors. So this was 6th grade math about real world problems with money and percent. Hey, sometimes they add the discount. They, add that 4% to it instead of taking it out as a discount. Or they're calculating a service fee on the wrong portion of the sale. So it's giving you answer options, distractors, based on misconceptions and mistakes that the examinee targeted in, for this content would make. All right,
That's really cool.
here we go.
That's one of my favorite things that Generate does, I have to say, as a teacher. It's like, so it's such a good idea, especially for math. What
You
else?
got
How do I
work
know
for
what
me of
else?
thinking of where the
Exactly. I know what the right answer is, but how do I know what good wrong answers are? So that's really cool.
All right.
What's next?
The other side of math is next. You know, I don't want multiple choice. I don't want to give them the answers to choose from. I want them to have to do the work themselves and show me the work. I want to see what you do to get that answer. So we can create constructed response items. So we've got, you know, that overall question, and this is one where they actually wanted a multiple part constructed response question, and some of them are dependent on other parts in the item. So again, the type of content you're trying to create, those types of items, we can build in here in this way. The last thing, and this is like the big hurrah of like the content that people are trying to generate, is an item set. Or I've got a passage of some sort. Maybe it's science. It's got a stimulus with, you know, information about an experiment and some of the results of the experiment. Or, you know, in reading, I've got a passage you need to read and answer questions about. But to be efficient in assessment, a lot of times it's easier to write one passage and ask several questions over that same passage. So that's also a type of model we could build and generate. So I've got a passage here about a cheer for Charlie, who's 5 years old and playing soccer. And then I needed questions, main idea questions. What's the primary purpose of the passage? What is going on in this passage that we're, you know, looking for here? What inference could be made about Charlie's personality based on the passage? So you can build your set in that way. And as you are building your set, you're looking for what are my specifications I require with a set? I need at least this many items, but I also need items across specific types of learning and specific areas to target. So I can go ahead and say, yep, now give me a couple questions about a supporting idea. Again, based on this passage of A Cheer for Charlie. So there we go.
I think in the interest of time, we're going to pause it there.
Again,
But
same features.
we appreciate, thank you so much for your time and for your attention. I wanted to hand over to the floor. Are there any elements that you would like some elaboration on? We'll just give about a minute for feedback or questions that we can take on. But we'll share this recording. It's quite in-depth, and there are several features that hadn't yet been delved into. But in essence, it's converting an SME from an author, which is starting from scratch, to an editor and a validator. And so that means you can scale the number of items that you can generate, which means for the first time, councils are able to monetize the content that they generate because it is proprietary content. So now you can generate preparation tools for your assessments. And this is one of the best values of having content, because content is your security. So once you have a huge bank of content and it's aligned to curriculum, that means you can scale the number of items and the number of assessments that you offer, and even the number of sitting dates and schedules. So there are many cascading benefits to having a vast item bank. But please, over to you. Any questions, any comments? Not all at once. But if you'd like more information, please see me at the back of the tent, as they say. But just, I'm here to help. And I must say, this is one of the most innovative items that we have to offer that clients are really benefiting from. So we are here to serve. And thank you once again.
Wapi makofi ingine? Our CEO, Dr. David Njengere, welcome back. We missed you. But while you are away, your brother and the veteran from Uganda held fort for you. And we are very comfortable. Sir, while you are away also, these participants did really rock this space to our expectation. And I hope the post-symposium conversation will yield significant impact across our spaces. Now, as I invite Dr. Wilson Chelimo from NEC, I will request Doreen to tell us who he is. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our MC. You forgot to tell our CEO that we are yet to have the music and the dance, and we are still waiting. So Dr. Wilson Chelimo is the Director, Test Development Directorate at the Kenya National Examinations Council, with over 25 years of progressive experience in examinations, assessment management, and educational leadership. His professional journey spans service as a secondary school teacher, teacher trainer, senior academic registrar, and senior officer in examination administration, planning, and test development at the Kenya National Examinations Council. Dr. Chelimo holds a PhD in leadership and governance from Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, a Master of Education in Curriculum Studies from University of Nairobi, and a Bachelor of Education degree from Kenyatta University. In his current role, he coordinates the development and implementation of examination and assessment regulations, while ensuring that examination schedules and assessment processes are effectively prepared and communicated to stakeholders. His leadership has contributed significantly to strengthening assessment systems and promoting quality assurance in education. Ladies and gentlemen, let us put our hands together and welcome Dr. Chelimo. Karibu.
Thank you. Thank you, Doreen. Our CEO, Dr. David Njengere, CEO from UNEP, all invited guests, and colleagues from NEC, good morning. I am here to give a presentation on the academia-industry collaboration to strengthen competency assessment and dual certification. Why the shift to this is because as a country, we are in the reform agenda aimed at improving the human capital index and the quality of living in this country. And therefore, we are here to actualize the United Nations SDG 4 with the aim of having inclusive and equitable education that promotes lifelong opportunities for all. And therefore, we are looking into having critical thinkers and innovators in this country whose purpose is to go to the real world for self-employment. And therefore, our interest as a country is to see to it that we have competent, creative, and proactive persons. The essence as to why we are doing this as a country is because our legal frameworks has allowed us to look at it differently. One, from the Kenya National Qualifications Framework, we have an authority dealing with frameworks at the Ministry of Education, and our current secondary education is backed at level 2. And therefore, looking at other standards within the country, we have the occupational skills requirement, that is the Kenya Standards Classification of Occupations, which recognizes that upon completion of secondary education, learners can be able to acquire skills in post-primary, and with this, students who are currently in our secondary schools, that is the senior school, have the age-based and the stage-based assessments, which culminates to the award of certifications, that is the Kenya Certificate of Basic Education and the Kenya Certificate of Vocational Level Education for those who are in the stage-based pathway. Alongside that, we will be also issuing a competency certification for those learners who have acquired skills in their respective subjects. And this brings into play the role of dual certification. So what we are saying is that upon completion at grade 12, our learners will be able to be provided with another certificate which explains their skill acquisition, and this certificate ought to be recognized by the international and national classifications of occupations in respect to our Kenya standard classifications of occupations. Therefore, in this context, our competency-based curriculum and the competency-based assessments which we are conducting in our senior school directly links up with the broader technical and vocational education, industry partnerships, and the dual certification systems. So at the senior school level, we are preparing these learners not only for the university education, but also for technical training, entrepreneurship, and also direct entry to the world of work. We are looking at the specialization of these learners in the three major pathways: the STEM, the social sciences, the art, and the sports science. Which of these subjects, we have about 38 subjects, we are asking ourselves, which of these subjects has the practical skills? What can we do to enhance creativity and innovation? And how can the products of this system be able to be problem solvers? And therefore, this shifts and creates a natural connection between our senior school and the world of industry. Now, what strategies have we done to see to it that this is brought on board? One, we are looking forward to empowering students with the digital competencies needed for their future success. We are also focusing on the problem solving to move from knowing to doing. As Professor Barasa said yesterday, we are looking at aligning our educational standards with this country's socio-economic trajectory. We are looking at strengthening the feedback, the loop between our classroom results and the national policy direction. What is it which the country requires, and how can the assessments we are offering at this senior school respond to that? So the feedback should be able to guide that. We are also saying we are looking at a shifting from the routine testing to transformative, life-changing assessments. That is, we want to involve these learners in the process of learning. Remember, the work of the teacher here is a facilitator So teachers will involve learners in most of the activities they are undertaking at the classroom level. We are also ensuring that the assessments we are offering validates a learner's ability to apply knowledge in practical settings. And that is why we have the formative assessments which we give in form of projects, which we are going to roll out this term, so that schools, through the teachers, can task the learners to carry out as per the guidelines which we will be providing. We are also looking at the utilization of AI to create a more inclusive and personalized assessment experiences. And that is why Prometric was here to give us some of the innovations, and the other presenters, which had been those who had done their presentations from Monday, and we had looked at AI at different levels. So our objective is therefore to reimagine to reimage our education so that we ensure learners are resilient, they are evolving, and they will be able to be effective participants in the global arena. So what are our strategic expectations from the senior school? We are looking at issues of pedagogy and the learner empowerment. What are we saying? We are saying we want to encourage the adoption of virtual and experiential learning environment to deepen the conceptual understanding. Yes, we might not be able to provide the infrastructure in terms of resources to the entire country, but we are saying, how can virtual learning help us? And this, when we looked at the presentation by Gravity Center, you will be able to know that there was that computer, they told us, the modern computer. But at the same time, if you visit their stand outside there, you'll be able to learn more. We are also looking at promoting self and peer assessment to develop critical thinking, self-discipline, and metacognitive skills. And the key to it is this. We are implementing the problem-based learning that prepares the learners to meaningful, real-world action and impactful societal contributions. Remember, we are dealing with authentic tasks, and these authentic tasks should be a reflection of what is happening in the society. And therefore, we are preparing assessment items that model to prepare learners for meaningful, real-world action. We are also looking at issues of digital transformation and ethical assessment. We want to integrate electronic logbooks and open source platforms to streamline the assessment processes. And remember, this was brought about by Meru Teachers College. Their presentation was very clear. We were able to get what they have done. Here at NEC, we are having the e-assessment for the teachers, and that is what we are looking forward to, embracing e-assessment so that we have the green assessment in the long run. We are also saying we are advancing to have a secure, transparent, and ethically grounded digital assessment that upholds data privacy and academic integrity. This is what we want our learners. This is what we want our teachers to uphold at all times. We are also saying that when it comes to issues evaluation, we design assessment items that measure not just what learners have been able to know, but what they can do, and the aim is to focus on practicals which are transformative in terms of the outcomes which are to be achieved. We are also looking at institutional synergy and collaboration, where we are looking at creating seamless collaborations in the pathways between the junior school, the senior school, the TVET institutions and universities to ensure learner progression and resource sharing. And we appreciate that we had an invite by the Commission of University Education so that as they are preparing to receive these learners, we are also in the loop of trying to think together. What is it they have learned and what is it they are expecting? Because these learners will arrive in 2029 in those institutions. We are also looking at having a unified educational ecosystem where we want to foster a culture of interdisciplinary inquiry, shared expertise across all levels of the education sector, and to build
resilient, future-ready systems. And this, we were able to do this articulatively when we had our course panel and the subject panels. Like Professor Barasa, who was here, I've seen Professor Nyerere here. These are persons who have played a key role in terms of shaping their respective subjects. We involve several lecturers from our universities, from our tertiary institutions, from our schools, so that we have a unified ecosystem when it comes to issues assessment. What is this then we do at NEC to guide our senior school evaluation? We are cultivating a teacher's professionalism and creativity in terms of their capacities by, one, empowering teachers to develop tangible reflective skills and use of documented portfolios and evidence-based practices. And this we normally carry out what we normally refer to as item writing, where we capacity build the teachers for them to be able to give us items, and from there they are being trained, they are being capacity built on how to come up with good assessment items, which is the reflective part of their pedagogy. We also have advanced rubric development, where we equip the teachers with the capacity to design sophisticated real-life rubrics that measure practical competencies rather than rote memorization. What we are simply doing at NEC is we took the role of carrying out a school-based assessment so that the teachers in the country use uniform standards. And when they are developing their classroom assessment tools, they should mirror what NEC has offered. And then we have also had participation in continuous professional development to boost the teacher capacity, where we work very closely with our brothers and sisters in the agencies, the KICD, the Ministry of Education, and the Teacher Service Commission, where we work as a team so that we ensure that teacher professional development is boosted. We also look forward to the modernization of the assessments and the relevance of this by shifting the assessments to mirror the demands of the present and the future, that is, moving away from outdated, burst-centric testing models and use the modern ways. We are also saying we encourage teachers to evaluate their own impact by asking, how are my learners responding to the tasks of the curriculum outcomes in each strand, and how does the tasks provided address the real world needs? It's not only about the tasks, but we are looking at problem solving. We also implement the authentic tasks, which I have said, so that we generate high quality data to inform classroom decisions and shape the national policy formulation.
Key in our processes is digital connectivity and continuous upskilling. Through the Ministry of Education, we have noted that there is the fiber optics which has been rolled out to all the counties in this country, and therefore we are leveraging on that so that we can be able to build a robust digital connectivity to support seamless modern learning environment. And for this, remember, most of our processes are done online, including the registration of the learners, including the downloading of the assessment items where we give out the assessment items using the NEC systems developed for the institutions or for the schools to download, print, or administer the assessment and then give us the scores. We are also looking at the utilization of the assessment data, which these schools will provide us so as to diagnose what the challenge is and ensure there is content coverage, both which is impactful and purposeful. When it comes to learners' transformation and the frontiers of reporting, we are saying we are transiting from passive learning to participatory approach where learners are actively involved to apply their knowledge to real-world scenarios. And through that, we will be cultivating critical thinkers. We are looking at collaboration. We are looking at digital literacy through the hands-on engagement by enabling these learners acquire the 21st century competencies. And we are also saying we want to shape these learners to be career ready. That is using the assessments to develop job-ready innovators and entrepreneurs rather than passive job seekers. We are also redefining how we are going to communicate the reporting. That is, we are moving away from the dry data to meaningful communication that tells the story of the learner's journey. And what we are telling schools is that we are not, NEC is advising when it comes to the meetings, you have been calling for academic clinics. And those days when we were parents, we were being lined up in schools and you are told your child is not performing well in maths. So you are telling this parent, your child is not performing well in maths and he's not a teacher. So ulikuwa nataka afanye nini? Yes, so what we are saying is this. We have the displays here. That is what we are looking forward to in terms of what we need to carry out. We are also looking at the stakeholders. We need to have reports which talks to all of us in this process. When it comes to how we are enhancing the academic and the industry collaborations, NEC is a bit lucky because we have been developing examinations for the industry, for teachers, TVET, business, and we are still going on. So we are now using our human resource who have been developing the professional papers in the industry to also develop the papers for the senior school. And this will help us see the linkage between the assessment items and the industry. And then we are also saying we have the teachers which we need to adapt to the new knowledge. And we are saying we will work closely with the industry players through partnership with professional bodies. We will be able to form community of subject players where we will be involved in quality assurance. And we shall also revisit our partnership with KNQA, Kenya National Qualifications Authority, to re-examine, now that we have the designs up to grade 12, which is the skill level these learners ought to have in their respective subject areas, because they will be learning to be professionals. Then we are looking at value-based leadership by all players. And through that, we are saying we have our National Resource Center, which is very important. And this is very important for us to get. Our Educational Assessment Resource Center is the hub, which we want to be the team leaders in terms of building capacity for educators within the region and in Africa and the world. We are also saying that center is rich with data, which researchers from different institutions can come and access. It is from, I think, as early as 1925 for Kenya. And the data is with us here. We are looking at collaboration and innovations, how we are able to partner with key stakeholders. And therefore, what we have also done is to have the assessment hubs, which will give us linkages with the schools so that we can be able to have an effective interaction and be able to see to it that we shall have a way forward. Lastly, we have the capacity building process where we are tasking whole heads of institutions, teachers, and stakeholders to see to it that they can look into the competency-based assessment learning management system, which has been designed for us, for them to be able to be knowing what assessment is all about. Ladies and gentlemen, Benjamin Franklin said, "Tell me, and I forget. Teach me, and I may remember. Involve me, and I learned." Therefore, stop fixing everything and start fixing the right thing. Thank you.
Makofi wa Dr. Chelimo. You can tell his passion. I think in the space for vocational education, next assessment looks at the nexus between education, competency development, and career trajectories in laying the foundation for a globally competitive economy, cognitive economy for that matter. I will restrict my comments and welcome Mr. Etiang and our young people. Karibuni.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ogle. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce junior school students from Lukenya Academy from Machakos County. They are playing an instrument called the Descant Recorder. I'm very passionate about this instrument because it's the basic instrument that any player of music starts learning with. And it is recommended in the curriculum. It appears in the CBC curriculum from grade 4, 5, 6, all the way to junior school. But now for Lukenya students, they have diversified. It's not just the Descant Recorder. They are now playing it as a consort. They have the Descant, the alto, the tenor, and the bass recorder. I think this is the creativity and just going out of the ordinary that is required. They will play a song, they will identify it themselves. Thank you. Karibuni Lukenya Academy. Let's applaud them as they set up to play.
We shall perform a record ensemble piece known as Ongera. It was composed by Frederick Ngala, the chairman of the Kenya Music Festival. Welcome.
Another round of applause for these young learners. Thank you very much for that rendition. You can tell that the Descant recorder speaks Kiswahili. I know the song, Hongera, it's in Kiswahili, but they've been very creative. But then one thing out there, the one that we have prescribed, the tiniest, it's only about 500, 600 shillings. But Kenyans keep saying it's expensive. So they skip it. It's not a good attitude. But then it's happening as we can see. And we appreciate the teachers and the schools that go out of their way to make sure that these skills are learned. It's a foundation. Now, I want to ask Mr. Ogle, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Mr. Asman Amaunda, mzee wa kazi. Doreen, tell us who he is before we invite Asman here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ogle. As Mr. Amaunda takes the stage, he's doing a presentation on dual certification as a strategic enabler of competency-based education. Mr. Maunda is a Principal Examinations Officer in Test Development Directorate at the Kenya National Examinations Council. He has more than 17 years of progressive experience in test development, curriculum reform, quality assurance, and competency-based assessment. In his current role, Mr. Maunda oversees test development activities in the Mathematics and Sciences Division. His expertise spans psychometrics, curriculum design, CBA implementation, assessment innovations, and the professional development training of contracted professionals. Ladies and gentlemen, let us put our hands together and welcome Mr. Maunda.
Okay, our CEO, our invited guests, my colleagues, good morning. I'm going to take you through a presentation on dual certification and why it's a strategic enabler of competency-based education. So it will be an extension of what Dr. Chelimo has presented. He has given a theoretical background around it, and I'll just demonstrate how we are trying to, or how we plan to put this on the ground. So when we talk about dual certification, why do we think it's important? We are saying that through this presentation, we'll be able to understand why dual certification is important in senior school. The position of dual certification in competence-based education, especially in senior school. Two, we will try to understand how this is being conceptualized around assessment and certification in senior school. And then we are going to see how this dual certification can be anchored in what we are already doing. Sometimes when you talk about dual certification, somebody may think it will be separate from what we are already doing. But how we can use what we are already doing to deliver on the development of our learners' competencies through dual certification. And finally, how we can capacity build and organize our institutions to carry out dual certification. So in our assessment reforms, all this is about assessment reforms or education reforms. And we are seeing that globally education systems are shifting towards competence-based education. And the interest here we are saying is that we are interested in what the learner knows and can do. An A is good, but how can we interpret that A in terms of what the learner can do, can demonstratively do, can demonstrate and do. And in addition to this, in line with this shift globally, in Kenya we are shifting from a content-based 844 system to system-wide competence-based education. To be able to do that, we'll be able to see how dual certification helps us to deliver on that. And then when we look at our senior school, it's a key stage in basic education. It forms the end of basic education, and it marks a key transition to higher education or employment. When we look at the curriculum design, senior school curriculum designs from our sister organization, KICD, they say that a learner who graduates from basic education at grade 12 should be able to successfully transit, one, to higher education, that means TVET or university, and two, this learner should also be able, if that does not happen, transit to the world of work. And then we need, for us to be able to transit these learners to the world of work, it's important that we prepare ourselves for that. We prepare the learner, and we prepare the industry where this learner is going to transit to be able to accept when that learner approaches the industry. And therefore, when we look at that, we look at why dual certification is important, what it is and why it is important. So we are saying that through dual certification, at the end of grade 12, this learner will leave with two complementary certificates. One that is academic, and that is the one we are calling the Kenya Certificate of Basic Education, and an additional one that is KNQF aligned and mapped to Kenya Standard Classification of Occupations. This second one is the one that enables this learner to smoothly transit to the world of work. This is in addition to the academic pathway the learner has taken. So why is senior school important? I've already said that it marks the terminal phase of basic education. And at the end of this basic education, this learner should have an opportunity to join employment, join TVET or university, or can start a business using the skills acquired at this level, using the skills acquired in basic education. What does that mean to us? If we are saying this learner should be able to transit to the world of work, how are we already preparing our learners for that? And assessment there becomes key. We need to redesign our assessment to support informed learner transitions. And to be able to do this, this will help us not just focus on academic, but look at our learners beyond academics. And when I say this, what I mean is that if you look at the multiple intelligence theory, learners are gifted differently. There are those who have strong academic abilities, strong cognitive abilities. And there are those who have strong hands-on abilities. So when you bring in the aspect of dual certification, you are trying to adhere to both those, to the two or multiple categories of learners' abilities. So why do you want to do this? We are saying that since senior school is at the terminal phase, and learners are expected to transit to either employment, TVET, higher education, or entrepreneurship, assessment must validate both academic achievement and applied competence. So with what you have learned, what are you able to do? And then a single academic outcome is not adequate. And that's why we are saying that for this learner to transit, we must add the component of dual certification. Key skills these learners have acquired that will enable them to transit to the world of work. And for that to happen, we must be able to recognize those competencies. Like the learners who have been playing the desk and recorder here. The chances are that if we don't organize ourselves, they might leave school with those competencies, but there's nothing to recognize that they have that skill. That's why dual certification is important. And then we are saying that senior school assessment must therefore be credible, provide credible evidence that ensures readiness for diverse post-school opportunities. So when we look at the purpose of dual certification, one is that dual certification helps us address labor market demands. You need to align yourselves to what the labor market is looking for. There are specific skills that the labor market is looking for. And how do we prepare our learners to be able to meet those requirements at their level, at the level they will graduate from basic education? What skills will they have, and what is the industry looking for? So in all this process, we must be able to work collaboratively with the industry to be able to deliver on that. Then we are saying that in addition to that, we have, when we work with the industry, we're able to meet the mismatch between the skills required and what we are developing our learners in. Sometimes we say there is a high rate of unemployment. And sometimes you ask yourself, do we have a high rate of unemployment, or do we lack the skills the employers are looking for? A quick question. Do you have a high rate of unemployment, or do we lack the skills the employers are looking for? What are the current skills that are being looked for? And are we developing our learners in those skills? And then we're saying that when you focus on academic or cognitive domain only, when you just focus on an A, you are likely to marginalize those who have different competencies, those who are gifted differently. And here we are talking about those who have strong hands-on abilities, those who have strong technical skills that may not be recognized if you focused on academic pathway only. And then we have this aspect of duplication. there are aspects, if you look at the way the curriculum design is formulated, there are key skills that these learners are already developing. And when they move to the next stage, they start from zero. Meaning, like a few weeks ago, we interacted with a teacher who is taking learners in senior school through building construction. And he tells us that when they move to TVET, they will do the same things they were doing while they were in school for about 2 years. So we are saying that when we work together, this duplication can be eliminated so that we collaboratively recognize what we are offering. And when this learner transits to the next stage, he or she is able to be placed appropriately by recognizing what he or she already has from basic education. And then when we do that, what does this give us? We prepare learners who are occupation ready, who are ready to transit to the world of work. How are we doing that? In terms of policy, we have the Kenya National Qualifications Framework. And we have the Kenya Standard Classification of Occupations. We bring the two together. And we say that we align our certification to the level specified by the Kenya National Qualifications Framework. And then we also align this certification to what the industry is looking for. And that's why we are going to the Kenya Standard Classification of Occupations. And that, in doing that, a partnership with the Ministry of Labor becomes key. And then we are saying that in every subject, like here we have seen this is the playing of the desk and equipment is in music. You can see in music you can have different occupations. You can have the playing of the desk and we can have dancing. You can have other things. So if you go to the standard classification of occupations, those specific occupations are there. And these learners are demonstrating those competencies. Why can't we bring them on board and recognize those competencies so that these learners are able to transit to the world of work? And then we have saying that that standard classification is mapped globally. And therefore, the qualification this learner gets is both nationally and internationally recognized. And that enables portability and clear recognition of the certification we are going to give. And then we are finally saying that when we do this, we are able to recognize and appreciate the diverse abilities of our learners, diverse gifts and talents our learners have. And our learners have, as a result of that, opportunities to leave school successfully. So at the same level, when we do that, we'll be able to demonstrate to the public why the shift from 844 to CBC or CBE is key. When we are able to see what the learners are able to do as a result of learning. And when we do that, we develop public trust in the certification. So around the policy framework on dual certification, we have these 5 key components. Starting from the Kenya National Examinations Council, we have a competence-based assessment framework, which is anchored on senior school curriculum designs developed by KICD. And then we have the larger basic education curriculum framework. Then we take it further to the standard classification of occupations and the KNQF levels. So when we anchor it around this, we are able to produce certification system that is trusted and recognized. So The other thing is that you can see from our screens how this maps to Kenya National Qualifications Framework. And from that, you can see that apart from the academic pathway, we have the vocational one, where we can take our learners through and we give them the certificates or levels of qualifications specified. So it's already mapped. If you look at the Kenya National Qualifications Framework 2025, it maps competency-based education to the levels specified in KNQF. My slides are not moving. So the other thing is that when you look at assessment, how we are going to design assessments. One thing is that assessment will be, just a minute, let me prepare this. So when you look at our assessments, just move a slide back. So when you we look at our assessments are competence-based, and they are aligned to our curriculum. And when you look at that alignment, you'll find that I have a problem. Maswai? So we are saying that when you look at assessment, thank you very much. When you look at our assessment, one is that there is learning that is going to take place in the school-based learning. And when you look at school-based learning, it may not actually give you the opportunity to experience what happens at the workplace. Because in school-based learning, if you visited the Stand by Gravity CBC Center, you'll find that there's simulation, which may not actually mirror one-on-one with what happens in the industry. And therefore, school-based learning, as much as it's very key, it has to be scaled to what happens in the industry. And that's why we have workplace-based training for these learners to actually experience what happens in the industry, to experience the use of the machines that are in the industry, to experience the latest technology that is already in the industry. So it moves beyond the laboratory. It moves beyond the workshop in the school to what happens in the world of work. And in this world of work, we are saying that this learner will be under close supervision by the person in the industry or the people in the industry, together with the teacher who took this learner through the school-based learning. And when we do that, we align that performance to the standards specified by the industry. And then eventually, what we are saying is that we are collecting evidence of competence from both school and industry, school-based learning and workplace-based training. And then when we do that, as you do that, for us to be able to know that these learners have acquired the competence or they have acquired the skill, then they need to maintain evidence. And this evidence is maintained through the use of a portfolio, use of portfolios. And when we talk about portfolios, we are transiting. We are heavily relying on digital technology to maintain these portfolios. If we were to carry them, maybe to show you here, it may not be possible. But when you ride on technology, you are able to see what was maintained. So we're able to maintain digital portfolios that will show what this learner produced, how this learner performed. You'll see the product, you'll see the performance, both at school and at the workplace. And the performance at the workplace is validated by the person from the industry. So that when he or she says that this person has the skill, it's already validated. And then we are saying that these assessments can further be moderated to ensure that we are being objective at school level. We are being objective nationally. Can be validated by the industry, can be validated at school level at the beginning, can be validated at the assessment hubs level, so that eventually we produce something that is recognized and acceptable. So when it comes to quality assurance and learner protection, sometimes people ask, are these learners ready to go to the industry at this age? The labor organization says that this learner can work at a workplace under supervision. So that takes care of that. And then under clear supervision and accountability, this learner will be able to demonstrate or work, will be able to design our assessment tools together with the industry. And then we safeguard their welfare to ensure that they are able to be protected. And another quality assurance is that we align these competencies to the KNQF framework and the occupation standards specified. And when we do that, we'll be able to achieve on that. And then we are saying that Dr. Chelimo said that this will happen across the 3 pathways. And for us to be able to do that, we may not be able to do it alone. That's why partnership with the industry is key. I may not be a specialist in sports, but I can partner with a person from the Ministry of Sports to be able to deliver on assessments around sports. Same to performing arts. Same to technical areas in STEM. But you see, Kenya National Examinations Council provides an opportunity where we can now collaboratively work together to deliver on those different aspects. And therefore, you can see, in terms of this collaboration, you can see the Ministry of Education in terms of policy and regulation, Kenya National Assessment, NEC in terms of assessment and certification, in collaboration with the key stakeholders. KNQF alignment to KNQF or KNQA frameworks, and then in partnership with the workplace or industry where these learners are expected to transit to. So when it succeeds, how will it look like? Learners will graduate with academic and occupational competence. When it succeeds, we are going to have smooth transition to work and further learning. When it succeeds, we are going to have reduced skills mismatch. And finally, we'll have a senior school certification system that is credible and trusted by the public. Thank you very much.
With your permission, Bwana CEO, I think there's an element that we need also to focus on. The rich presentation by Dr. Chelimo and Amaunda is very significant for establishing our cognitive economy and for us to be globally competitive. But there's one element I think we need also to focus on. It is on the ethics of life skills for these workers in these vocational centers. How are we promoting social and emotional learning in vocational employment learning? If, for example, you go to the garage, there are these gifted young Kenyans. I don't know, sir, how it is in Uganda, but here in Kenya, they are very competent. They have big blue aprons with a lot of oil. But I think in terms of their life health and the projection that they give to you, their gift notwithstanding, in an era of generative AI, we need also to evaluate what these life skills are in terms of their health, but also on sexuality education. In terms within, that is also framed within our African, native, indigenous specific. How are they self-accountable? More importantly, we also need to foster peaceful global citizenship as we look at our economic growth, so as to establish sustainable and healthy communities. What is our desired future outcomes in our current skilling systems as we deploy AI, as we skill these young people for alternative, dignified livelihoods? With those few remarks, Doreen, you invite our next, is it Catherine?
Okay, yes. Thank you so much, Mr. Ogle. Our next presentation is on observation, from observation to intelligence, AI-enabled video practicum assessment, and data-driven insights for inclusive, future-ready teacher education. It will be done by Catherine Masila and James Lochomin. Catherine Masila is an Assistant Director, ICT Directorate at the Kenya National Examinations Council. She's a seasoned system analyst and purpose-driven ICT professional. She leads an end-to-end delivery of secure, user-friendly technology-enabled assessment systems from requirements gathering through design, development, testing, implementation, and adoption. She champions reengineering over automation, ensuring digitalization yields processes that are effective, efficient, reliable, economical, and future-ready. And James Lochomin is a senior software development. He equally works for the Kenya National Examinations Council with a background in computer science and distributed computing technology. He holds a Bachelor of Science in Computer Science and Technology from Maseno University and is currently pursuing a Master's of Science in Distributed Computing Technology. Welcome, Catherine and James. Let us clap for them as they start their presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, so we believe that you are all ready for our presentation. And just to tell you that we are not going to take much of your time. We know that you are about to go for your tea. And just to say that we will also not be able to discuss so much about AI because for us, we have now practically modeled one of the AIs and we've been able to use it to be able to come up with some of the insights, the ones we're talking about. And this, again, practicum is still under our ecosystem for greening assessments. It's still under the teacher education. And as my colleague here, James, cited, it is the same ecosystem that we are doing it together. So we are still making more insights into the ecosystem so that as you also benchmark with us, we can give you more innovations which are inbuilt within the ecosystem. So our presentation overview is all about the big idea. Can AI reveal what human assessors miss? It is about two assessors. Unfortunately, today I have one assessor. The other assessor left is Petronilla, and she is supposed also to be with us. So it's about the two assessors, one trainee, and one lesson. Then in their scoring, we got 4 gaps. And then that is why we were asking ourselves, what did the room miss and what can AI see? And that is what you're about to see. So SYMPOSIUM, whereby one of the assessors was able to say that there is ICT, within the scoring rubric, and it is also in the classroom, while the other one said, I've seen a chart, and basically, that is an ICT for me. I gave it 2. So we move on. The eye sees only what the mind is prepared to comprehend. But, I mean, the eye sees, yes, but the AI sees what the mind is too tired to see or too biased and too human to see. That one is adapted from Henry Bergson. So the activity here involves a video capture of the practicum classroom and then the human assessment, that is the two assessors, and you can see we had a lady and also a man. We had James Lochamin, we had Petronilla. Then the AI analysis, we ran the software that we've modeled. We've trained it using the scoring guide for the practicum. Then we are able to give you the detection gap. This was the conceptual framework where the input was the video and then the scoring rubric, which I'll be also showing you, and then the assessors, then the process. We ran twice for both. Then again, we analyzed to get the score comparison, bias detection, and the Bloom's taxonomy mapping and learner equity analysis using the IRT. Then the intelligence. We are going to show you the intelligence reports that we've been able to get from the SEM. Then on how the SEM can be able to inform decision and policy. This is the rubric we just use the normal rubric for practicum, assessment, which is that part of lesson observation, whereby the teacher trainee takes the lesson while the assessor does the assessment. And actually to just emphasize that even in the current situation without AI, we use also a practicum system, a web-based system, whereby when the assessor is assessing, while the teacher trainee is doing the practicum presentation, the assessor scores also online. There is the tool. The tool is also online, but for now here it's a paper. It's not online here, but this one is also online within the ecosystem for the greening ecosystem for teacher education. So you'll realize that the first assessor gave the scores, the ones that are in red, and then the second assessor also gave the scores, and there are sub-skills that are attained within the scoring guide. We have the lesson delivery, and then under it we have the lesson introduction, where they were supposed to be scoring, and you have already the maximum. The same as the tool, which is also online in our practicum portal, that you cannot also exceed what has been given. You can only score to the maximum, but not beyond. So induction setting, linkage, then we also have lesson development, and then we have, I just go very fast, then we have the learner participation, classroom management, and then the sub-scores. So again, in this case, we gave the assessors to be able to score, as they also saw the lesson practically. Then the video was also now used using a link to be input into the AI model that has already been trained using this tool. And these are the results. We had different levels of doing the assessment. The first assessor, assessor 1, is giving the score for induction, for linkage, and the same as assessor 2 in green. The first assessor is in blue. The scores are in blue, the first one, just like the columns are. The first one is assessor 1, the second is assessor 2, and the other one is AI. We also ran the video using the model that we did so that we can also be able to get the output. And now we compared where we had the gap, as you can see. And just to go very fast, we have the linkage, whereby A1 and A2, where we had, them agreeing and where they're also not agreeing. And this one, will go very fast to show you the output so that we don't take much of your time. Also the totals, what the assessor got out of 78, what the other assessor 2 got out of 78. The first one is 66/78. The other one is 70/78. Then the AI score, and then you can see the gap. This is just a graphical representation of the SEM, and also within the subtotals of the subsections. Then these are just highlights on how the assessors were behaving. One was a cautious scorer, the other one generous, and the other one is evidence. The AI for evidence was only scoring on evidence. And these are some of the analysis whereby you can see the same information has been represented, where the first assessor at 39, the second in sub, and the total 66 and 70, as you can see. I hope you are following. Are we together? Okay, good. So that one was the first comparison, the Assessor 1 and Assessor 2. Now we went ahead to look at the AI opportunity. What did the AI see that both Assessor 1 and 2 did not see? And this one is on just justifying that observation alone is not sufficient because the assessor may be tired, sometimes concentration gap, then lack of dedicated observation. Just to let you know that the assessors normally travel to different teacher training colleges, and they have several to be able to assess. Then the inter-rater divergence, then just the person, the way they are dressed, maybe they was giving scores based on the way they are appearing. Then we have also subjective interpretation. This is still an explanation of the same. Now this is where we started getting the insights from the AI, whereby in induction setting, you could see that Assessor 1, what Assessor 1 detected, what AI detected and was not detected by assessors, the assessors. So I think I'll just go to the insights. So where all the three assessors agreed, those scores are reliable and can be considered final grade. You'll find that where humans scores was over the ones for the AI found that 25% of class had zero interaction. You'll be seeing the heat maps on the same. Thank you. So I think we'll just go to the reports because you'll be able to interact with this presentation so that you can also get more insights because of time. And this is the AI intelligence insights, whereby we could see a lot on learner tracking, the heat map, as well as the Bloom's taxonomy and the ICT detection. And just to give you one of the feedback from the AI on linkage and prior knowledge, whereby Assessor 1 and Assessor 2 and AI had a difference, where the linkage statement indicated only 3 out of the 18 learners responded, and the AI classifies the implicit linkage, not the explicit approaching expectation was confirmed. So you can see AI is giving more information apart from what we just get. I think the slide is still, go to slide with AI intelligence, just move. Sorry, I've moved very fast. Yeah, that is where we, just go again. Move. Yeah, to that one. That is the slide I'm talking about. Sorry, I was not checking to see whether you are moving with us. So you can see the insights, the AI intelligent insights under the section, lesson introduction, under linkage to prior knowledge, where the maximum score is supposed to be 3, Assessor 1 scored 2, Assessor 2 scored 3, and AI scored 2. And then AI gave insights into this, and to justify, it was only 3 of the 18 learners responded. So AI is also trying to provide the insights, evidence-based scoring. And then also out of questioning techniques, AI was also lower because Assessor 1 gave 2, Assessor 2 gave 2, but AI gave 1, and the justification was Bloom's analysis, where 11 questions, out of the 11 questions, 9 were recall, and then 2 were comprehension. So it gave actually an analysis of the way the questions were, and says, gives an insight that it was below expectation. Then the other thing is about, I'll just go to this learner participation. Imagine using AI, we are able to see the heat maps, the learners who are actually responding, and even the pattern. And that is why, again, all of them gave the same. It doesn't mean that even when AI differs with it is only when AI scores are differing with the human score that it gives the insights. The insights are provided on any of the, output by any of the participants, the human as well as the AI. So you can see that it also gave the insight that the front left cluster 8 learners were highly active, and then at the black right zone, only 4 were active, and there were 0 verbal interactions in the other row. Then 3 learners had no eye contact with the trainee. This is information that is very important to inform in curriculum enhancement. So we have also another insight whereby about the computer classroom organization, where the computer vision row sitting confirmed throughout the CB requires a round table. I'm almost finishing. Okay, you have come. So can you go? That is the round sitting. This one was also gotten from the insights. And then again, this is about the same. And actually, we will just scroll. We go to almost the last, just move. I think you can see the insights, and maybe to just tell you that under that quote, we are just saying that, what did you say here? What is this? I think I don't even see it. Now you've stood here, I'm seeing nothing, but it's okay. You decided to come, so we are going to present with you, and they're almost done. James, can you be standing to say something here? Because you can see Ogle is already on our case. So linking practicum to evidence to holistic competency profiles is about the practicum video, lesson plans, and everything else. I know we've told you all about AI, and I can tell you that, where is this? Yeah, we do not assess to measure the past, we assess to illuminate the future. And in AI era, every practicum video is a window into the assessor that every learner deserves. I think that is very important for all of us. And maybe to just thank you, but again, I cannot leave the floor before James says something. He was my good assessor, and he should say something. Yeah, please. James?
Okay. Thank you very much. I think because of time, I will not say a lot, but this is an area that shows there is a lot of focus that we need to put to explore the benefits of AI in our assessment. I think since we started the symposium on Monday, there is a lot of emphasis in this area. So thank you very much.
Thank you. That is the power of teamwork. More claps for Lomochin and Masi. Now, by the powers conferred, I will request all of you to turn to the left, your left-hand side. Which is, no, yes, my left, your right. And look at the back there. Can you stand up, please, Samuel? That is the engine of this program. And I thought it is only fair, you also know him. Please, can you clap for him? I don't know why he has been very shy this week. Secondly, we all acknowledge the excellent work you are doing. This will be the last bit of my engagement because I am also a mosque leader. I will be leading prayers today. If I have done excellent work, pray for me to get more functional power. If I have made errors, pray for me as well and for my CEO, Doreen. Sasa ni kwako.
Let's clap again for our MC. MC, you've done excellent work, so we'll continue praying for you, even as you go to the mosque to pray for us. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to proceed for tea. And as we go to take our tea, I would wish to request that spare some 5 minutes and pass by the exhibitions on 4th floor and also at the entrance of Gate A. Karibuni chai. We are taking 20 minutes.
just to demystify the place of technology.
At this juncture, it's important for us to get to remember what we did yesterday so that we can connect to today's presentations.
Raised yesterday was a very significant policy concern in helping our rural teachers to demystify the place of technology. If our teachers are struggling with a mouse, how can you talk about algorithms to them?
Over 63% of Kenyans cannot actually differentiate between AI-generated content and real content. That over 97.5% of all internet users above the age of 16 actually use one form or the other of AI every month.
As an educator, I hasten to say that even if you want to tell the story must be anchored in some understanding of the theory of learning, understanding of what education stands for. Innovation is knowledge.
So this symposium has helped open a different perspective. I now know that very many things that we would usually dream about are achievable.
Where we come from, we have grasshoppers. We were told the parts of a grasshopper. Did we go beyond that to ask ourselves, what is the role of the grasshopper in the ecosystem? But also in the same context, as in Zanzibar, we also envision that we want people who are not working like just robots. Whether ever you are interacting with technology, you are interacting with some manual things, but be able to interact with them like you interact with peers.
I'm really excited that I'm part of this symposium. You know, as a non-educationist myself, look, I'm a business administrator, I'm a project manager working in the educational sector. You know, I know there's Examinations Council of Zambia, but in terms of what they actually, the depth of what they do, I know they would administer exams, they would test, develop the exam papers, but I did not appreciate the depth of what they do until I came to this symposium.
It's been a real honor to be invited to the symposium for the third time. And every year it has gotten bigger and richer, and it's been a great experience so far. And we especially enjoy the part with a lot of stakeholder participation, including students to a very high-level senior official. I think it's a great experience for everyone that has taken part, including NFER.
Tell me, I forget. Teach me, I remember. Involve me, I learn.
One of the biggest takeaway is that there's so much capacity in the country and in the region, and a lot of very innovative ideas that's being generated by the people in different organizations. And this symposium, and including the Education Assessment Resource Center under NEC, is a very good place to be.
Distinguished guests, fellow educators, pastors in learning, ladies and gentlemen, it is true that the world we usher our learners into today is not the one we inherited.
The best way to predict your future is to create it.
We are confident that this symposium will generate actionable insights to guide Kenya's educational landscape.
Kenya National Examinations Council tuhifadhi hadhi ya mitihani yetu.
Tuhifadhi hadhi ya mitihani yetu.
At this juncture, it's important for us to get to remember what we did yesterday so that we can connect to today's presentations.
Raised yesterday was a very significant policy concern in helping our rural teachers to demystify the place of technology. If our teachers are struggling with a mouse, how can you talk about algorithms to them?
Over 63% of Kenyans cannot actually differentiate between AI-generated content and real content. That over 97.5% of all internet users above the age of 16 actually use one form or the other of AI every month.
As an educator, I hasten to say that even if you want to tell the story must be anchored in some understanding of the theory of learning, understanding of what education stands for. Innovation is knowledge.
So this symposium has helped open a different perspective. I now know that very many things that we would usually dream about are achievable.
Where we come from, we have grasshoppers. we were told the parts of a grasshopper. Did we go beyond that to ask ourselves, what is the role of the grasshopper in the ecosystem? But also in the same context, as in Zanzibar, we also envision that we want people who are not working like just robots. Whether ever you are interacting with technology, you are interacting with some manual things, but be able to interact with them like you interact with peers.
I'm really excited that I'm part of this symposium. You know, as a non-educationist myself, look, I'm a business administrator, I'm a project manager working in the educational sector. You know, I know there's Examinations Council of Zambia, but in terms of what they actually, the depth of what they do, I know they would administer exams, they would test, develop exam papers, but I did not appreciate the depth of what they do until I came to this symposium.
It's been a real honor to be invited to the symposium for the third time. And every year it has gotten bigger and richer, and it's been a great experience so far. And we especially enjoy the part with a lot of stakeholder participation, including students to a very high-level senior official. I think it's a great experience for everyone that has taken part, including NFER.
Tell me, I forget. Teach me, I remember. Involve me, I learn.
One of the biggest takeaway is that there's so much capacity in the country and in the region, and a lot of very innovative ideas that's being generated by the people in different organizations. And this symposium, and including the Education Assessment Resource Center under NEC, is a very good place to be.
Distinguished guests, fellow educators, pastors in learning, ladies and gentlemen, it is true that the world we usher our learners into today is not the one we inherited.
The best way to predict your future is to create it.
We are confident that this symposium will generate actionable insights to guide Kenya's educational landscape.
Kenya National Examinations Council tuhifadhi hadhi ya mitihani yetu.
Tuhifadhi hadhi ya mitihani yetu.
At this juncture, it's important for us to get to remember what we did yesterday so that we can connect to today's presentations.
Raised yesterday was a very significant policy concern in helping our rural teachers to demystify the place of technology. If our teachers are struggling with a mouse, how can you talk about algorithms to them?
Over 63% of Kenyans cannot actually differentiate between AI-generated content and real content. That over 97.5% of all internet users above the age of 16 actually use one form or the other of AI every month.
As an educator, I hasten to say that even if you want to tell the story must be anchored in some understanding of the theory of learning, understanding of what education stands for. Innovation is knowledge.
So this symposium has helped open a different perspective. I now know that very many things that we would usually dream about are achievable.
Where we come from, we have grasshoppers. We were told the parts of a grasshopper. Did we go beyond that to ask ourselves, what is the role of the grasshopper in the ecosystem? But also in the same context, as in Zanzibar, we also envision that we want people who are not working like just robots. Whether ever you are interacting with technology, you are interacting with some manual things, but be able to interact with them like you interact with peers.
I'm really excited that I'm part of this symposium. You know, as a non-educationist myself, look, I'm a business administrator, I'm a project manager working in the educational sector. You know, I know there's Examinations Council of Zambia, but in terms of what they actually, the depth of what they do, I know they would administer exams, they would test, develop exam papers, but I did not appreciate the depth of what they do until I came to this symposium.
It's been a real honor to be invited to the symposium for the third time. And every year it has gotten bigger and richer, and it's been a great experience so far. And we especially enjoy the part with a lot of stakeholder participation, including students to a very high-level senior official. I think it's a great experience for everyone that has taken part, including NFER.
Tell me, I forget. Teach me, I remember. Involve me, I learn.
One of the biggest takeaway is that there's so much capacity in the country and in the region, and a lot of very innovative ideas that's being generated by the people in different organizations. And this symposium, and including the Education Assessment Resource Center under NEC, is a very good place to be.
Distinguished guests, fellow educators, pastors in learning, ladies and gentlemen, it is true that the world we usher our learners into today is not the one we inherited.
The best way to predict your future is to create it.
We are confident that this symposium will generate actionable insights to guide Kenya's educational landscape.
Kenya National Examinations Council tuhifadhi hadhi ya mitihani yetu.
Tuhifadhi hadhi ya mitihani yetu.
At this juncture, it's important for us to get to remember what we did yesterday so that we can connect to today's presentations.
Raised yesterday was a very significant policy concern in helping our rural teachers to demystify the place of technology. If our teachers are struggling with a mouse, how can you talk about algorithms to them?
Over 63% of Kenyans cannot actually differentiate between AI-generated content and real content. That over 97.5% of all internet users above the age of 16 actually use one form or the other of AI every month.
As an educator, I hasten to say that even if you want to tell the story must be anchored in some understanding of the theory of learning, understanding of what education stands for. Innovation is knowledge.
So this symposium has helped open a different perspective. I now know that very many things that we would usually dream about are achievable.
Where we come from, we have grasshoppers. We were told the parts of a grasshopper. Did we go beyond that to ask ourselves, what is the role of the grasshopper in the ecosystem? But also in the same context, as Zanzibar, we also envision that we want people who are not working like just robots. Whether ever you are interacting with technology, you are interacting with some manual things, but be able to interact with them like you interact with peers.
I'm really excited that I'm part of this symposium. You know, as a non-educationist myself, look, I'm a business administrator, I'm a project manager working in the educational sector. You know, I know there's Examinations Council of Zambia, but in terms of what they actually, the depth of what they do, I know they would administer exams, they would test, develop the exam papers, but I did not appreciate the depth of what they do until I came to the symposium.
It's been a real honor to be invited to the symposium for the third time. And every year it has gotten bigger and richer, and it's been a great experience so far. And we especially enjoy the part with a lot of stakeholder participation, including students to a very high-level senior official. I think it's a great experience for everyone that has taken part, including NFER.
Tell me, I forget. Teach me, I remember. Involve me, I learn.
One of the biggest takeaway is that there's so much capacity in the country and in the region, and a lot of very innovative ideas that's being generated by the people in different organizations. And this symposium, and including the Education Assessment Resource Center under NEC, is a very good place to be.
Distinguished guests, fellow educators, pastors in learning, ladies and gentlemen, it is true that the world we usher our learners into today is not the one we inherited.
The best way to predict your future is to create it.
We are confident that this symposium will generate actionable insights to guide Kenya's educational landscape.
Kenya National Examinations Council.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to get into our session of presentations. I request that we settle down. Let me request those outside to kindly come in so that we may proceed with this. The presenters are ready, and we are waiting for the delegates to settle down. We now proceed to a session focused on strengthening how training, learning, and assessment are designed within technical and vocational education and training. So in the following presentation, Dr. Kananu Caroline Muguna from the Curriculum Development Assessment and Certification Council, CDAC, will explore how scenario-based tasks can be used to make training more practical, meaningful, and closely aligned to workplace realities. Allow me to introduce Dr. Kananu Caroline Muguna, an experienced TVET professional with more than 2 decades of service. She holds a Bachelor's of Education degree in Economics and Accounting from Kenyatta University, a Master's in Education Administration and Management from Egerton University, and PhD in Leadership and Education Management from Kenya Methodist University. Let's welcome Dr. Kananu.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity to present my paper. It is on designing scenario-based tasks for effective training. I hope the slides are on. Training, learning, and assessment in technical vocational education and training. Next slide. TVET has gained a lot of popularity. One thing, I'm happy, I've been in TVET for many years, and I'm glad where we have come from, it was really a doom. TVET was not recognized. It was known for those who have failed. Today, everyone is singing about TVET. CBET started a long time ago.
It's only that it didn't have the kind of recognition. So the shift from knowledge-based to competence-based education requires that learners apply integrated knowledge, skills, and attitude in authentic workplace relevant to context. So our central theme here is to realize this shift is intentional design of tasks that mirror real occupational demands in a dimension that current TVET's practice has largely neglected. In Kenya, CBET has been anchored in TVET Act 2013, which established the TVET authority, which is our regulator. We are a council that develops curriculum, assessment, and certifies the candidates. The CBET policy framework of 2018 and the draft National CBET policy of 2025 anchors the performance-based learning and assessment as central to competence development. This is also under the Ministry of Education, 2018 and 2025. So what is our main gap? It is the absence of structured framework guiding learners in designing tasks and coherently integrate training, learning, and assessment. Yes, we have policies. We admit we have policies, very many policies. If you are a teacher like me, you went through pedagogy and you learned education of something on education policies. All the policies that we end about education and then growth from one to another, they all talked about competency education. So you can look at the Gashadi report, you can look at Ominde report, all that, and a bit of CBET education, competence-based education and training. But up to now, this is where we are. So what is our problem statement? So despite the CBET policy, the progressive CBET policy, evidence consistently shows that TVET institutions continue to rely on content-driven instruction and fragmented assessment approaches that prioritize theoretical recall over integrated performance. So the fundamental difficulty is not that the CBET policy is absent, is that trainers lack the practical task design skills to translate policy intent into coherent learning and assessment activities. I want to really say here, for those trainers that are in the knowledge-based, we are really, we have refused to change our attitude. Our mindset is still on the notes. We still go to class with our yellow notes. We give assessment using such terms as define, explain, and we do not give the trainee an opportunity to explore the environment, so that this trainee can relate to the workplace. This trainee can see himself or herself at the workplace, either maybe as a chef, as an engineer, but you always tell them, explain. I want you to imagine a situation in the garage or in the matatu industry where the conductor graduates from being a conductor to a driver. So the assessment, the training takes place while he is a conductor. He learns how to collect money. He learns how to drive. And he is assessed within the same vehicle, and he can only go for certification. But for us, what have we done? We have separated assessments. You go to class, tell them all what it means. This is, you explain how engine works. Then you leave the trainer to memorize and then give the assessment. Now, competence-based education is allowing the trainer to have the engine, to go to the workshop, to go to the industry, and actually interact with the vehicle, with the repair, with the engine, with welding, in real workplace. I like what the presenter who talked about the end of grade 12 is the end of the basic level. We are now in process management. We say that one end product, that is the output, is an input of another. So we are in tertiary education, TVET, and therefore you become our inputs. So the learners from the basic education will now progress to our tertiary institutions. And one of the things that we need to know is that TVET is performance-based. I like the energy that has been portrayed here. And one thing that we need to know is that this CBET has theoretical and empirical foundations. One is CBET and the demand for authentic task design. So CBET is built on principle that competence must be demonstrated through performance and not recall. If assessment must reflect actual occupational performance, then the tasks used for training, learning, and assessment must be anchored in authentic workplace contexts. So when we give a scenario of the workplace and tell the learner to prepare. Maybe, for example, we are in hospitality. You are booking your family for dinner. And you need to describe the kind of guests that this hotel is yet to receive. And you come up with the kind of guests that you have. For example, you have two guests. One part of your guests are diabetic. The other one has BP, blood pressure. You have children, you have aged and grown-ups, and you are requesting for a menu for this family for dinner. Remember, it's a dinner, it is not lunch. So that question, that assessment that task should be assigned to the trainer so that he can be able to prepare the menu in the context of assume that you are the chef. Can you prepare that menu? So that you don't tell the runner, explain, describe the procedure of coming up with a menu. Are we together? Yes. So authentic and scenario-based learning. Authentic learning means it's given tasks that stimulates real-life situation, enabling application of knowledge and skills in meaningful context. There's a presenter who presented on dual training and about the industry. Remember, this learner will go to the industry, and therefore, we need to give them the real situation, not assumed the way maybe we have gone through. Assessment, validity, and task design. Varied competence assessment requires tasks that reflect real-life performance. Authentic scenarios based on task strengths, construct, validity, and the real scenario. Where are we? Is it varied? Is it varied to the context? We've earned a screenshot where we talked about we talked about grasshopper. And that context is the same on what I'm talking about. We learned about grasshopper, but we didn't know beyond that. So we should not give trainees a task that is not varied. It should be within the context. If is in the garage, is an automotive technician, let it be within the context, the varied context. So what are the key findings from the analysis? Let me say that at TVET SYNDAC, I'm in the research department. We've been carrying out research, and we've been having findings. We interact with our centers, our stakeholders, our trainers in very many forums, and therefore our findings is that there's misalignment as a task design problem. The other finding is that scenario-based tasks as an integrating mechanism. That is where we integrate assessment, learning, training, assessment, training, learning, and assessment. So that we don't do one as a package, go to learning, and then do assessment. It should be continuous. Transferable skills and assessment validity. So after all this, there shouldn't be transferable skills and assessment for these learners. Integrated, we came up with a framework, the integrated scenario-based task design framework. What can we do so that we can make CBETs better, so that we can improve what the task that we are designing? I've put it very clearly, policy is there, but the challenge is how the trainers design the tasks. Our mindset has not changed. We still go with the yellow notes. So this paper proposes an integrated scenario-based task design framework, and it's grounded in CBET principles, experiential learning theory, and competence-based models. The framework is aligned to the mandate of TVET SYNDAC in linking occupational standards of training, assessment, and certification. It comprises 5 interconnected stages that transform competence standard into coherent, authentic learning, assessment, and experience, which include 1, stage 1, there are 5 stages: occupational standards analysis. This occupational standards is prepared by the industry. Stage 2, scenario design, which is a curriculum. It is developed by the qualification awarding body. Then integrating of learning activities, that is training and learning. And then stage number 4, we embed performance-based assessment. And finally, we give feedback, reflection, and improvement, which has been lacking with the other type of assessment. We don't take time to give feedback to the trainee. We don't reflect on what the trainee is able to do. Application at the institutional level, for lesson design, practical training, and assessment. At the TVET SYNDAC and assessment body level of developing assessment tools, standardizing competency, evaluation, and quality assurance. It can also go to, it is also applicable to the industry level for the scenario validation, workplace simulation, design, and competence verification. Conclusion. The persistent gap between CBET intent and TVET practice is fundamentally a task design problem. Training, learning, and assessment remain misaligned. Not because trainers lack goodwill, but because the field lacks structured, practitioner-oriented guidance for designing tasks that coherently integrate all 3 functions within authentic occupational scenarios. The proposed integrated scenario-based task design framework offers a coherent, theoretical grounded, and practical applicable model for this purpose. Future empirical research can be done so that AI is integrated to make it better. Policy and practice recommendations for policymakers, scenario-based task design as a mandatory requirement in CBET implementation guidelines. Fund the development of a national repository for explainer scenario-based tasks aligned to occupational standards across TVET sectors. For TVET institutions, invest in structured professional development in scenario-based task design, covering scenario construction, embedded assessment, rubric development, and feedback strategies. Shift curriculum planning from content delivery, lesson plans to integrated task design plans that embed training, learning, assessment within a single activity. For industry, engage industry practitioners as scenario validators and assessment partners, ensuring that TVET tasks reflect current workplace conditions, tools, and professional expectations. Let me say for industry, it's very key. It is very hard for a center to have everything that you require in the industry. You may have maybe some equipment, but you may not have to the extent that an industry can have. Remember, technology is changing, and the institutions cannot keep on changing the technology. So go to the industry, practice, and let them get the feel of the workplace. For researchers, conduct empirical studies, testing the proposed framework through quasi-experimental designs across TVET institutions. Investigate the potential of digital simulation and high-assistant assessment to enhance on density and scalability of the scenario-based task design. Thank you. Let me say thank you so much on behalf of TVET SINDAC. I think we are partners in this because no one is able to be complete. And thank you for inviting us and giving us this space. We've been in CBET for quite some time. And you can borrow a leave from us. We can also borrow a leave from you. And the challenges that are on the ground. We may talk, we know we have good policies, but on ground, mambo ni tofauti. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a good parting shot from Dr. Kananu from SIDAC. Let's appreciate her. Let me invite Doreen to introduce the next presenter. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll bear with us. We are restricting now to just 20 minutes, and we are urging the next few presenters to stick to that so that we can get time to go to the breakaway rooms. Thank you.
Thank you, Franklin. Our next presentation is titled Bridging the Gap, Academia, Industry Collaboration, Dual Certification, and Structured Mentorship in Aviation. The presenter is Captain Mercy Makau. She is a Kenyan aviation professional, youth mentor, and social entrepreneur with over 15 years of experience in the aviation and aerospace industry. She's the founder and president of the Young Aviators Club of Africa, a continental initiative dedicated to inspiring and mentoring young people in aviation, aerospace, STEM, and emerging technologies. Through her leadership, the organization has impacted thousands of young people across Africa by providing mentorship, career guidance, and practical exposure to aviation industry. Captain Makau is a strong advocate for women and youth inclusion in aviation and has actively championed innovation, leadership, and sustainable development within the sector. Her contribution to aviation, mentorship, and youth empowerment has earned recognition from regional and international aviation organizations. She continues to inspire the next generation of African aviators and industry leaders through education, mentorship, and advocacy. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming Captain Mercy Makau.
Jumbo and a very good afternoon, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls. This is your captain speaking. Slide 1, please, or the clip that I shared earlier. Riding on the protocols that I've already established, that was a nice introduction of who I am and what I'm doing. Before delving into discussing academia, industry collaboration and dual certification and structured mentorship, allow me to briefly introduce the aviation ecosystem for those who may have limited exposure to the sector, as I did before joining the sector. What is aviation? Aviation refers to the design, development, operation, regulation, and use of aircrafts for transportation, logistics, surveillance, recreation, research, security, and other services. The aviation industry includes aircrafts, airports, airlines, air navigation systems, maintenance organizations, aviation safety and security systems, regulators, training institutions, aerospace innovation, and aviation professionals. Aviation remains one of the strongest drivers of globalization, tourism, trade, emergency response, economic development, and international connectivity. Don't move the slides, please. You're still on slide 1. Air transportation. Why does it really matter? Why has Kenya really gone ahead to incorporate aviation technology in our education system? Air transportation is arguably the most preferred and efficient form of long-distance transportation globally because of its speed, reliability, operation efficiency, and global reach. Every successful flight depends on a few things. Number 1, skilled professionals. Number 2, infrastructure. 3, technology. 4, regulation and international cooperation. Just a quick one in my super speed introduction to aviation. We have 2 types of aircrafts, how they are designed. We have fixed-wing aircrafts, like the ones you've commonly seen at Wilson, which transports passengers, cargo. We also have military jets and training aircrafts. Then we have rotor aircrafts. These are rotor-winged aircrafts. They generate lift by using rotor blades to do so. And these are even the drones. Then it comes to how aircrafts are flown. That is done in 2 ways. We have crewed and uncrewed. And with me here, they'll have a moment, we have crewed and uncrewed aircrafts, systems, and the operators. Drones are increasingly being used in agriculture, mapping, logistics, conservation, infrastructure inspection, disaster response, and media production. Slide 3, please. To understand aviation, we have to know where it started. In 1944, after the World War, that's when people rapidly made aircrafts during the first one and the second one. Then after that, well, there were so many aircrafts and they didn't know what to do with them, and every country was flying in its own way. So we had what we refer to as the Chicago Convention of 1944, where modern international civil aviation is governed by this. This convention was established the framework for global aviation cooperation and led to the creation of ICAO. What's ICAO? ICAO is the International Civil Aviation Organization. It is a specialized agency of the United Nations responsible for coordinating and standardizing international civil aviation globally. What's its role? Aviation safety, security, air navigation, environmental sustainability, licensing standards, aviation training, and human capacity development. So, Kenya is a signatory state to the ICAO Convention. What this means, Kenya aligns its aviation regulations, training, framework, licensing systems, and safety oversight mechanisms with international recognized standards. That's why we can fly from JKIA all the way to New York, because we follow these standards. So, how is the Kenyan aviation ecosystem? Slide 4, please. We fall under the Ministry of Roads and Transport, and recently we were assigned a mother state department, and that is the State Department for Aviation and Aerospace Development under PS Teresia Mbaika. Under this State Department, we have the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, and this is the state body that is mandated with licensing, certification, aviation safety oversight, drone regulations, and implementation of the ICAO standards. Then we have the Kenya Airports Authority, KAA. I like referring to them as the landlord. And their responsibility is air transport management, airport operations, infrastructure development, passenger facilitation, and airport safety and security. We also have another department, which is the Air Accident Investigation Department. What's its responsibility? Its role is improving aviation safety, identifying causes, and preventing recurrence of accidents. Most importantly, its role is prevention and learning rather than assigning blame. Together, these institutions support the highly regulated and globally interconnected aviation ecosystem. However, despite continued aviation growth globally, the industry faces a major challenge: a growing shortage of skilled, experienced, licensed aviation professionals. Slide 5. Globally, aviation continues to experience the increasing demand of pilots, engineers, air traffic controllers, drone operators, maintenance personnel, aviation technologists, and safety professionals. What are the contributing factors that has led us to where we are now? It's an aging workforce, rapid technology evolution, limited mentorship structures, weak transition pathways between education and industry, and insufficient practical exposure during training. Africa, therefore, faces both a challenge and a major opportunity. The opportunity is in intentionally developing the next generation of aviation professionals, and this can be done through strong education systems, mentorship, certification, and industry collaboration. Despite ongoing curriculum reforms, many learners, graduates, and who are academically qualified are operationally underprepared. The gaps we have include limited industry exposure, fragmented certification systems, weak alignment with education and workforce requirements. The challenge is not lacking of talent. The challenge is lack of structured alignment between education, industry, mentorship, and competency developed systems. Slide 6, please. I'm going to talk about now academia and industry collaboration. The first pillar of this presentation is academia. Industry collaboration. The industry should not only employ graduates, industry should help shape these graduates. The collaboration strengthens the following: curriculum relevance, industrial attachment, internship, competency-based assessment, innovation, research, and workforce readiness. There is a role the regulators in the aviation sector have to play, and particularly the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, to ensure alignment, that training is aligned with the ICAO standards, operational realities, and industry expectations. Aviation is highly technical and a competency-driven industry. Academic qualifications alone are no longer sufficient. And this brings us to the aspect of dual certification. Dual certification can integrate academic qualifications, industry-recognized certifications. For example, drone licensing, aviation security, safety management systems, dangerous goods handling, quality management system, operational competency certificates. What are the benefits of these dual certifications? Dual certification will enhance employability for the young people, operational readiness, workforce mobility, and global competitiveness. Slide 7. I have dedicated my life for the last 12 years in nurturing Africa's next generation of aviation professionals. At any one time, I have 60,000 youth under my mentorship program. And long before our government adopted the CBE approach, we were already practicing it at the Young Aviators Club of Africa. And I'm going to demonstrate this. Mike, please. When you declare yourself a president, like I did, of the Young Aviators Club of Africa, you work with a delegation. And you can't be a president without, the people who work with you. Today, okay, if we don't have a mic, then I would like a mic passed on to the future of aviation. The skill sets and certifications these young people have will demonstrate what the country now is eventually driving to. We'll start with the youngest, Austin. Please introduce yourself right from primary school to what happened to you just 2 days ago.
Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Winston Austin Onyango. I just finished my Form 4 from the Nairobi School. I was able to do aviation as a technical subject, where I scored a B+, and my overall grade was a B+. I'm currently enrolled at the East African School of Aviation, where I'm pursuing aeronautical engineering, the avionics option.
How long ago, Austin, did you enroll at the East African School of Aviation?
It was 2 days ago.
A clap for Winston Austin. How long have you been a YACA member?
So I joined YACA in Form 3 in Nairobi School, and ever since, I've been going to many different places where I'd never imagined I'd be with our founder and president.
Thank you, Austin.
Thank you.
Next, in order of your age.
Hello, everybody. So my name is Hope Semean Leloina. I'm an aeronautical engineering student. But since we're beginning with when we joined YAC Africa, I joined YAC Africa in Nairobi Primary School. I was 9 years of age, and currently I'm 20 years of age. Other than being an aeronautical engineering student at the East African School of Aviation, I'm also a drone pilot and instructor.
Which high school and what did you do at your high school?
Yes, I was in Moi Forces Academy, Lanet, where even though I finished my Form 4, I consulted Captain Mercy and we introduced aviation technology in Moi Forces Academy in Lanet, being the first girls' school to offer aviation technology, the first public girl high school.
Thank you very much, Hope. And last year, at 19, she made it to be the youngest female drone instructor in Kenya.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is William Bogo. Now, to give a rather simple track of my journey, I was at Utumishi Boys Academy. Finished at the year 2017, where I did electricity as my elective subject, where I then did transferred to Masinde Muliro University. My undergrad was a Bachelor of Science in Renewable Energy Technology that basically deals with your solar, hydro, and the like. Now, after that, after graduation, I decided to upskill. I did my drone license. I got my drone license at a company called Kendrone. That was the first drone training organization that we had in Kenya as of the year 2020. And over there, I started out as a normal operator and eventually realized I had a passion for teaching as well. So worked my way, became an instructor, and after that, I have worked as head of training for multiple drone organizations in Kenya currently. So far. Currently now I work at a company called Alto Apps, which is a subsidiary of Airbus, as a mission planner and pilot as well. The difference between the kind of drones that people normally see and what I work with currently is that these are high altitude drones, kind of function as satellites as well. So what I'd like to say is there are very many skills that you can touch on. Everything is a means to an end. Thank you.
And where are you transiting to now?
Currently I'm going for on-job training. The right term is CQT, Competency Qualification Training, over in the UK. Thank you.
Thank you. If everything goes as planned for young William, he's going to be our first Kenyan pilot for high altitude operations. We have something happening in Solio in Nanyuki, where we've gone beyond drones, and now what is flying is something that flies to the stratosphere. When you visit our table, we'll be able to share this with you.
Good afternoon. My name is Magoma Gideon Nyamberi, an alumni of the Kisii School and an alumni of the Technical University of Kenya. I'm an aeronautical engineer and an instructor at Kenya School of Flying. I've been part of the Young Aviators Club of Africa since I joined university. And my question to you today will be, what of that rural-based guy or child without access to the industry? So it is our responsibility as YACA to be able to get that to them that don't know about aviation. Thank you.
I'm very proud of this young man because now he's heading a department at the Kenya School of Engineering, our very own at his tender age.
Good afternoon. So my name is Captain Ernest Munzia. I'm a ground instructor, commercial pilot, and a flight instructor at Kenya School of Flying. So brief history, I come from a very linear path. My primary school was in Kiambani Primary School. That's Makindo. I don't know, most of you know it.
Never heard of it.
Exactly. Now went to Moka Boys High School. After Moka Boys High School, now I managed to join YACA. Through our guidance, I managed to be in Kenya School of Flying. So it's been a path. I've been an instructor for the last 7 years, and I started my PPL back in 2018. So you're much welcome. Welcome on board.
Thank you very much. And then now we're going to have a demonstration, a very quick one, by people who have taught PEEP themselves. So be upstanding Captain, Hope, and William. So who taught who what, and can we have the quick demo?
So this is a quick demonstration about a manned aviation and unmanned aviation. So with manned aviation, we have a tower or controller controlling the pilots. Unmanned, now we have the drones. So this is a small setup to see how we interact both in the airspace, because now the airspace are restricted. Now let's go.
Okay, so my name is Hope Leloina once again, and I'm a drone pilot and instructor. Other than that, I hold a radio telephony license that allows me to operate radios in communication with tower and other aviators in the sky. So we'll start ours. Wilson Tower, 5 Yankee, Hotel Sierra Lima.
5 Yankee, Hotel Sierra Lima, go ahead.
Be advised, we are commencing operations, 6 miles, runway 37, for final altitude, 400 meters.
You may proceed, well acknowledged. 5 Yankee, Charlie Echo Oscar, be advised, drone operations 6 miles or runway 32 finals, flight restriction, flight level 400 feet.
Well copied, final level 400 meters and final 3 to 6 miles from International Park.
Read back is correct.
So that's the interaction between unmanned and manned. That's for today.
Thank you very much. And he taught William he nurtured William and instructed him so that he could earn his drone license and radio telephony. And you taught Hope? You trained her as a drone instructor. And where is Austin? Where is your drone instructor? Who taught you? So thank you, people. So here today, you can see what we are talking about at the Young Aviators Club of Africa, where the third pillar of this presentation is structured mentorship. One of the unique contributions of the YACA model is the mentorship, mentorship begins at an early stage. It's only that I couldn't get the nursery school ones that we actually sing and dance together. We do not wait until university to introduce aviation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start offering regulated drone training at the Mangu High School and the Alliance High School. And I'm waiting for girls' schools too. And this is under clearance of the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority. They can work towards some of these certificates while they're still in school. Indeed, we do start from ages 4 to 27, and the model integrates career awareness, skills development, mentorship, industry exposure, and certification paths. Learners progress through curiosity, STEM awareness, pathways, and professional readiness. Certification is introduced progressively and age appropriately. This creates continuity from learning to workforce integration. And Hope forgot to add that now she's on internship at the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority. Slide 8. Aviation is broader than piloting alone. Career paths include flight operations and navigation, aerospace engineering, which is being offered at the Kenyatta University in JKUAT, aircraft maintenance, air transport management, cargo logistics, aviation safety and security, aviation medicine, aviation lawyers, and now what we refer to as advanced air mobility, Williams specialization. Ladies and gentlemen, aviation is a multidisciplinary ecosystem requiring diverse competencies. This demonstrates the importance of both TVET and higher education pathways. Through platforms such as the Africa Youth Aviation and Aerospace Forum, which is hosted right here in Kenya, the learners gain mentorship, networking, internship, innovation exposure, participation in research and development. Exposure transforms inspiration into action. Slide 9. The future sustainability of aviation depends on intentional investment in human capacity development. Academia, industry collaboration, dual certification, and structured mentorship are not isolated initiatives. Together, they form a sustainable aviation talent development ecosystem. The goal is not simply to graduate learners. The goal is to prepare professionals capable of shaping the future of aviation and aerospace development in Africa. Africa has the opportunity not to merely participate in the future of aviation, but to intentionally shape it through strategic investments in people, competencies, mentorship, and innovation ecosystems. Asante sana. You can get my paper. There we have a code that you can be able to scan and get the paper that I've written in regards to this. Asante sana.
Shall you appreciate a captain with her team? Ladies and gentlemen, we have begun our descent towards, that's how it sounds, eh? Cabin crew, prepare for landing. Okay. We now need to transition to the next phase. That is our breakaway sessions. Allow me to just read the different teams and where they will be meeting. First, panel 1 here at this venue. That's the main plenary, moderated by Dr. Masi Goki and chaired by Richard Kibuge. Here are the panelists: Mr. Duncan Arimi, Dr. Cornelius Kiberenge from CDAC. Duncan Arimi is from Gravity. And we have Dr. Jacqueline Onyango from KICD and Faith Wamboi from IHUB. And they will be focusing on establishing competency-based assessment frameworks with industry partners to ensure relevance and employability. The second panel will be at the Ndovu Arena, which is right behind here. I noticed yesterday, and even from day one, people get lost. They find it looks like there is no entrance to anywhere else. This facility, this dome, is built in front of an entrance. So if you just use the small space there, you'll get into a large hall behind here. And that is our Ndovu Arena. A moderator will be Professor Raphael Nyonje from the University of Nairobi and Open University of Kenya. And the session will be chaired by Dr. James Nderitu from Kenya National Examinations Council. We have panelists: Subira Neema from KICD, Augustine Rono from NITA, Gidua Moses Mbate from Gaishanjiru Senior School, Godfrey Mwaloma from Kenya Academy of Sports, and Paddy Mwangi from LabTech Academy. And they will be focusing on aligning education with labor market needs through practical work or integrated assessments, and showcasing skills through industry-linked projects, simulations, and learner exhibitions. And our third and final panel will meet inside the Tower C. That is our Nyati Arena, opposite the restaurant. The moderator will be Patrick. I don't want to try to read the second name, but he's production manager, pre-vocational and business education, ECESWA. The session will be chaired by Asmana Maunda from NEC, and panelists are Peter Nderitu, Dr. Obudo Samuel from KICD, Isaiah Obare from State Department for TVET, Martin Kosgei from Kenya National Qualifications Authority, Sophie Ndolo from CDAC, and Dr. Hezron Mogaka from HERI. And so then they will be focusing on aligning learner-acquired skills with industry competency standards to support dual certification at senior school. I've read out the points of focus so that the delegates will be free to pick which area they have an interest in or would wish to contribute to. Therefore, let me provide just a little more guidance. It's 25 minutes to 1 o'clock. We propose that you go on for 45 minutes in that session and proceed for lunch. I request the session chairs to ensure that we keep that time, of course, guided by the moderators. Lunch, and then after lunch, 2 o'clock, we meet here for our closing ceremony. All the best in the discussions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Yeah, welcome to this Breakaway session. We are in the Simba Hall to discuss with our panelists, together with the audience, on a thematic area allocated to us, and that is academia-industry collaboration to strengthen competency-based or competence assessment and dual certification. So before we proceed, I would like to do an introduction. My name is Richard Kibuge from the Kenya National Examination Council. And with me are the panelists. They will have the opportunity to introduce themselves. However, allow me to just mention one name or their names. They will be able to introduce themselves. We have Faith Wamboi. We also have Jacqueline Onyango, Dr. John Kiberenge, and our moderator will be able to introduce herself because she's the one who will carry on from here. Ladies and gentlemen, the work before us is a discussion, and we invite you to follow the discussion, and not just to follow, but when you are given the opportunity to contribute, please feel free to contribute. So as indicated, we are here to focus on establishing competency-based assessment frameworks with industry partners to ensure relevance and employability. From that focus area, we are discussing this in relation to our senior school, which is beginning at grade 10. We are having our first cohort of learners at grade 10. And after 1 year, they will transit to grade 11. And the third and final year will be grade 12. So in that regard, we had to come up with what do we think should be the competency-based frameworks that we need to establish with industry partners to ensure relevance and employability at senior school. This morning, we were taken through quite a number of areas on industry and climaxed with the aviation aerospace industry. So fresh as it is, I believe we are ready to tackle this area with the perspective of dual certification, which we also taken through, that at the end of grade 12, we expect our learners to graduate with the Kenya Certificate of Basic Education alongside a skill certificate in their respective subjects that they have been able to go through for the 3 years. Ladies and gentlemen, the concept of industry, which we are supposed to discuss, is in the context of the work, or in our context, industry is a group of businesses that produce similar goods or services or related activities. It defines specific field, sector, or market in which a company operates and an employee works. So at the end of grade 12, if we consider the age pathway, our learners will be at the throes of adulthood. They will be 18. They'll be joining the labor market. and they'll also be transiting to higher education. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to hand over the conduct of the discussion to our moderator, the able moderator. Please welcome, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard, for that. Do you want to clap for him, please? Thank you. My name is Mercy. You can call me Dr. Mercy Igoki, or you can call me Igoki, so that I feel like I'm at home, real home, not a home in Nairobi. So I'm happy to be here, and it's a great pleasure to have all of you remain behind so that we can have this conversation. Now, picking from what he has just been, he's been talking about, and what we've been saying the whole day, it is just about competency-based assessment and industries. How do we connect? And my good people, seeing what has just been presented to us by the Aviation, I think we are definitely in the right place. We are doing the right thing. I was just wishing that this could be shown in television on one of the days when we have maybe Mandaraka Day, is it 1st of October or 1st May? Those dates, so that everyone can be convinced that actually CBE is the right thing to do. So we are here just to firm up that we are actually in the right place. Allow me to give you a story. Story. Thank you. Now, long time ago, those of you who are under 30 may not know, but there used to be a system called 7423. I don't want to ask you to put up your hand, lest you start counting your years, and thinking you look very old. But there used to be that system. This is what used to happen, and those of you who went through the system, you remember this. That by the time you're in Form 4, then you know whether you want to go to Form 5 and Form 6, or you want to go to TVETs. We were not calling them TVETs then. They were being called technical colleges. And students would go through the technical colleges, and by the time they are finishing their training, industries are waiting. True or true? Do you remember agricultural extension? I still remember one of the boys that I really liked when we were in Form 4. I went to Form 5, Form 6. He went to agricultural extension, and he completed before me, and he did what the others do. When you complete before somebody, you just continue with life. So what we are doing today is actually not new, not so much new as such. And I agree with my classmate, our sister there from the technical college, that those things, whatever we are talking about today, has always been there. We were only using different ones. So even those who are resisting, they are resisting just because we love to resist. They are resisting because our default in Kenya is no. Then, as you explain, I start nodding, and I will never say yes, but we move on anyway. Am I speaking to Kenyans? And I know we have international participants here. But thank you very much, and we are here to firm up what our colleague has just said. We will be talking about our subtopic is on establishing competency-based assessment frameworks with industry partners to ensure relevance and employability. And allow me to introduce that the demand for graduates who are not only knowledgeable, but also competent, adaptable, innovative, and work-ready calls for stronger partnerships between learning institutions and industry players. Competency-based assessment requires learners to demonstrate practical application of skills, attitudes, values, and knowledge in real-life contexts. This cannot be effectively achieved without the meaningful involvement of industry, which remains the ultimate consumer of educational outcomes. Collaboration between academia and industry provides an opportunity to align curricula, assessment standards, workplace expectations, and certification processes to ensure learners acquire relevant and employable competencies. Dual certification strengthens this collaboration by enabling learners to obtain both academic qualifications and industry-recognized competencies. This enhances learner mobility, employability, recognition of skills, and lifelong learning opportunities. This panel, therefore, seeks to explore practical models, policies, and strategies for strengthening academia, industry collaboration in competency assessment, and dual certification. And I'm just liking the dual certification. And we had two speakers this morning. That was Dr. Cherimo and my brother, that I'll forget his name. Do you remind me his name? The one who came after Cherimo. Amanda. If you are here, as they were speaking about dual certification, I don't think we can do better. I mean, we are doing extremely, extremely well. There's been a lot of repetition, a lot of deprecation, a lot of wastage. And I come from a place where I talk a lot about educational wastage. There's been quite a bit. But with the SYMBA, we are rescuing that, and I'm for the dual certification anytime. So allow me to bring my colleagues here, my panelists, and I will start with Cornelius. Dr. Cornelius Kiperenge will be responding to our first question. That is, closer alignment between education and industry is needed to ensure learners develop relevant and employability skills. What models and best practices, Cornelius, exist for developing competence-based assessment frameworks between academia and industry to ensure relevance, employability, and measurable learner competencies?
Thank you, moderator. My name is Dr. Kiberenge Cornelius John from TVET CDAC. I work with the assessment department. So the models that exist in the world, we've seen them being rolled out here in Kenya, and there is not much difference with those models as we are trying to implement in this country. However, the difference is in the age bracket that we are sending out for dual training in parts that we've begun, and also the type of content and assessment type. So we have models that the curriculum, that the industry and institution partner together so that they develop the curriculum and then they come up with a framework. That is the model that is currently being rolled out, let me say, in TVET institutions, because we deal mostly with assessment of TVET institutions. So the industry gets involved in curriculum development by identifying the tasks that any profession or any occupation needs. And then from those tasks, the model sequences the tasks, then packets it into the elements which will be transformed into performance criteria, and that document will be called an occupational standard. So we have the industry and the training institutions coming forth to develop what they would wish to have. Now, the challenge with that is that the way we are approaching it in our country is that we are not out to get the niche that exists in the market. What are the key areas in which we lack? We lack maybe expertise. I'm not seeing that being taken into consideration so much, but when you look at such other related models in Spain, Sweden, you see that they start from what is lacking in the market. What is it that the employers would like to which expertise or which technicians do the industry need and who are lacking, so that the curriculum and the model, the content is developed from that angle. Here I think we picked on the most popular courses, the most available courses in the institution, and that is the difference in that approach. We also have a model in which the industry and the institution come together and do the training. So that in that model, the institution has what is to be done at the institution. We have that model here, but the difference is that on our part of the institution, we are stressing on theory. Personally, I don't support the institutions teaching theory. They should continue with the practicals on their end, so that we don't, when we emphasize that let institution teach theory, that's exactly what they are going to teach. They are going to have the yellow notes. They are going to teach lectures, to lecture the candidates, and they will completely stop about teaching the practical aspects, which is taking place now as they try to be CBET oriented. So we can emphasize our model as borrowed from the European countries or the OCDs group, so that we emphasize that institutions still teach practicals, but the candidates and the learners, the trainees, go to the industry for now work-based learning or work-integrated learning, so that we don't call that theory, because if we call it theoretical, that's exactly what will be understood by our trainers. So we have those models, and then assessment also is conducted by industry, and there are different forms in which you can have assessment conducted. You can have, like the one that currently exists here, is that we only have an assessment body that does the assessment. But in other models out there, the industry comes strong into offering the models, and their commitment commitments document to see that it is those exact competences that the industry offers.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cornelius, for that. There's something I expected you to mention, Dr. Cornelius. You were with SYDAC, and I know you're doing extremely well, maybe very briefly in 30 seconds, if it is possible. You alternate theory in the classroom, then the following term, the students go out to the industry. I know that that has been happening quite a bit. I am a witness, or I have evidence of one student who has been doing culinary arts. Would you like, in 1 minute, to explain what you do in SYDAC?
Yes, so what currently exists is that we have a curriculum that the institutions obtain and the occupational standards. So the industry within their local area, or the partners, their partners come together and split the curriculum so that they decide which components should be tackled by the industry and which components should be tackled by the institution. So they develop the blocks. We call them blocks, so that we have the industry block and the training centers or the institutional block. So the type of dual training you are undergoing is called block release, where there is a long session of training, say 2 months of training, and then another 1 month or 1.5 in the industry. That is called block release.
Thank
We
you.
also have a daily release. Those is for industries that are very close, so that the learner can attend in the morning in one block, and then, in one site like the institution, and then goes to the industry, say in the afternoon, depending on the workload at the industry and how the industry has decided to come in. And then lastly, we have the front loading, in which they can train for several days and then go out for several days. That one is just within the term and not, it is very flexible, that one.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you very much, Dr. Cornelius. Allow me to go to my sister here, Dr. Jacqueline from KICD. Maybe you could respond to the second question. Sustaining collaboration between education and industry requires clear systems and policies. Dr. Jacqueline, what policy, governance, and system-level mechanisms are necessary to sustain academia-industry partnerships, ensure assessment credibility, and address skills mismatches between education outcomes and labor market needs?
Thank you very much to our moderator. My name is Dr. Jacqueline Onyango. I work at the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, where we are tasked with ensuring that the curriculum for basic education is relevant to this country. Definitely policy is a requirement, and allow me just to begin by the policy that drives the curriculum reform. We have the National Curriculum Policy, which is actually online. If you Google the Ministry of Education, you'd be able to find it. And there are several components in that policy that enabled us or have enabled us to come to where we are. There are about 14 chapters. Of course, there's a chapter on the competency-based curriculum, competency-based assessment, but allow me to speak on 2 chapters. There is a chapter on governance, and there is a chapter on public-private partnership. And so with these chapters, then we realize that different institutions have been given different mandates, which already were in place at the time we were doing the curriculum reform. But indeed, as we do the implementation, then we realize there is necessity for other policies to be put in place to strengthen what it is we want to achieve. The frame of the competency-based education, even as we do that competency-based curriculum, is to ensure that we are exposing our learners to knowledge, skills, and activities that really will help them grow in their development as young people, but again, leading them towards achieving what they think they would want to do in life. It is not just about the world of work. The world of work is one component, but how do I carry myself around in any environment that I find myself? And that is why we have the various competencies. So, of course, when we get to assessment, we are then saying that assessment gives us that interface between what we thought the child should have and what they are actually displaying. And within that assessment, I think for us, what comes out very strongly is where the learner is allowed to practice, but at the same time, be able to experience in real life situations. And so the introduction of the authentic assessment has been very critical because it tries to bring the reality of the child in where they are going to practice. Now, looking at senior school, there are 2 components that to us or to me would be critical where policy needs to be derived from. One, we have a subject called community service learning. Generally, community service learning is an approach, basically an approach that allows a student or a learner to be able to be taught, and from what they have learned, they practice. It is different from community service. It is community service learning. So they are using the environment, and they must be exposed to the environment where they are going to learn further skills. Now, knowing that our learners at senior school are specializing, It means as they choose the pathways and the subjects, they are heading to certain careers. So the question we would ask ourselves is, what have we put in place to ensure that these children actually have the exposure that they need so that they can be able to acquire the necessary skills leading them to that particular career? And we also must understand that this career is not necessarily ending at their grade 12. They will pick up skills that they will use at grade 12, but they're also picking up skills that are going to enable them to pursue further education at tertiary level, whether it is TVET or university level. Now, in community service learning, we expect that these learners will undertake a project. Now, this project is going to be related to the subjects they have taken, and of course, subsequently, it should map the kind of career that they want to undertake. The question would be, how have we prepared for them to interface with industry? Now, as we speak, I know that TVET is very strong. It's very easy for us to say that they will interface with technical institutions. But how about this child who is doing the arts and sports pathway, which for me is a very critical pathway because I happen to be in that pathway. I'm actually a physical education teacher by profession. And so you want to ask yourself, which industry and what has been put in place in terms of policy, because we know that as the Ministry of Education, we really want to safeguard our children and who comes close to our children. And here we are saying that we need to expose them to the industry. So when I look at that, there is a gap. So we definitely need to put in place guidelines on how children in basic education would be able to relate to the industry so that there is freedom of interaction, and yet we still feel that our children are safe to be in those spaces. For me, I think the second thing is even still just that career guidance. We realize that even as the children have picked a pathway, it may not lead them to one career. That pathway they have picked and the variety of subjects they have may lead them to multiple careers. So again, what have we put in place to be able to facilitate our children to be able to engage with the different industries that may be related to the subjects that they have taken? I really appreciate what has come out in terms of assessment and just being able to look at possibly what is the gap that we have. And again, that takes me back to policy, flipping it from basic to industry, and ask ourselves, what would we put in place that facilitates industry then to be able to inform policy so that we are able to ensure that the skill sets that are required in the industry are what we are preparing for in the curriculum. Because when you talk of practice and experiential learning, then we are saying that there are certain competencies that we are trying to achieve, but what are these competencies? So again, how do we interface? So for me, in terms of the public partnership component of the policy, while it says we will create linkages, I think there needs to be a little firmness so that those linkages are seamless, those linkages are sustainable, and those linkages are actually strengthened as days go by for these learners to be very well facilitated.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jacqueline. Wow, so much is coming out from your conversations. Let me ask Faith Wambui at Higher Education Initiative. Would you like to respond to the same question? What policy, governance, and system-level mechanisms are necessary to sustain academia-industry partnerships, ensure assessment credibility, and address skills mismatches between education outcomes and labor market needs?
Thank you. Hi, everyone. As mentioned, my name is Faith Wambui. I am a program manager at iHub, specifically within our higher education institutions practice. And I think why I'm seated here is a majority of my work has been a lot of linkages between academia and industry. And I think when it comes to policy, Dr. Jacqueline has put it very well. When we also think about changes that need to happen, not only within our institutions of learning, but also on the other side, whoever is creating policies, whoever is managing some of these institutions. I think also additionally when it comes to policy, there's a lot of research work that needs to go into it. And what the relevant example that I would give is market research in terms of understanding. We want to create these policies, but are we also creating an ecosystem, as an ecosystem in an environment where these policies can not only exist, but can they also flourish? So there's a lot of adjustment. There's a lot of adjustment that needs to come alongside that. Dr. Masi, I think also something I can also touch on, maybe the last question.
The last question, not yet.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Faith. I really appreciate your response. Allow me to come to you, audience, and ask, what challenges do we anticipate in assessing learners' practical or competency-based skills in preparation for work or further training? We are excited to do this, but what challenges are we anticipating so that we can prepare? We need to be proactive. I think that's where we've been lacking as a community. Somebody? What challenges? You want to say something? Please do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. Mike Nangosia is my name. I come from Uganda. In most cases in our space, many organizations that would have been a good nursery bed for this interaction between the learning children and the acquisition of the necessary skills are not willing to take on these children for internship. Yet it is very important that if we are nurturing these learners and we are trying to build their capacity and motivate them to get into this workspace, we need them to get to do the theoretical part and also engage with the practical part to see the reality of what goes on there. But the organizations are not willing to give that opportunity.
Thank you very much. You mean the same happens in Uganda? In Kenya, do you have a child or a learner who has really been looking for internship and they can't find it? I think we need to work very hard. For us to succeed in this, industries must be willing to offer internship and attachments to our students. Back to my audience again. Back to you. What challenges do we anticipate in assessing learners' practical or competency-based skills in the preparation for work or further training? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Anthony. One of the challenges that we experience on the ground, first of all, I'm a junior school teacher. When it comes to uploading of the projects, so you could find that some of the teachers, they just put the scores that are not right. So this means that the real or the true picture of the learner is not interpreted.
Thank you for sharing that challenge. Any other? Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good discussion. And I just want to contribute to say that it's also about poverty, finances, because you realize that some of these trainees, they require to move from where they are being taught to another maybe county or sub-county where they are able to undertake this. And if they are not employed or they do not have a way of getting the resources or finances, they may not be able to even go to take the interns. Like if you come to Nairobi, you may be given even an intern, maybe even in Kenya National Examinations Council to undertake a certain skill. But again, you have to be hosted maybe by your relatives or your parents have to secure for you a place to be living you have also to eat and other things. So I think it is to cascade such skills even to areas where the trainees are. Thank you.
Excellent. Story, story. Story, story. I have a relative that I was supporting. I'm trying to agree with your point. A relative that I was supporting in Tibet. Doing good, very well in SIDAC. You know, the alternating. You know, you are in class, and then out of class, back to class, out of class. If you don't have the finances, you don't have the resources, too bad. So we need to cascade the same to where the student is. If we could have it at home, in the village, then that makes life very easy. I am in agreement. Thank you very much for sharing. Last one.
Thank you, Timosa here. I was just thinking about my friends in workforce development who have shared that some of the challenges that they've experienced is the actual internship host being ready and prepared to receive the intern and to be prepared that there may be some assumptions about the soft skills that interns are coming with, and making sure that they are well prepared and well positioned, and also have an appetite for supporting the interns with those soft skills. So that's not just about the technical skills, but how you're coming to work, how you're collaborating, how you're communicating, how you're thinking critically, all the same 21st century CBC skills that we're talking about, but in actual application.
Thank you very much. True or true? I'm a teacher of maths. True or true means it's true. The probability is 1. Yes. You see, you have just received a student in grade 12 as rounded. You are expecting so much from that student. So there need to be that preparation. Thank you very much. Allow me to go back to my panelist, Faith. As the education system enters competency-based learning at senior school, there is increasing need to ensure that assessment reflects real workplace expectations and skills demand. How can industry partners be meaningfully involved in designing, validating, and assessing competencies so that learners are better prepared for the world of work? Faith.
Thank you. I think the key word here is meaningful, that meaningful engagement. And I think when you think about at what point do we engage, do we engage industry? And I think it starts even before the moment where, the different curriculums are created or just different systems. And I think for this, I'd recommend, I don't know how many of us in the room are familiar with human-centered design. Human-centered design? Thank you. And I think that's the ideal model that works for this, where you start from nothing. So, and you look at the end goal. So, what do you want to achieve? So, you bring on board industry, and you're like, okay, so we want to do this with you. We want to work with you in terms of creating this industry-academia collaboration to see how our students can benefit. Great. At that point, you need to sit down with industry and see, this is a problem we're trying to solve. How exactly do we arrive at a solution? And through human-centered design, I think in short, it's HCD. So through HCD, you're able to properly define the problem, conduct market research. And I think also in addition to industry, can we confidently say that we're actually engaging the learners? At the end of the day, you're creating a system that benefits the learners, but are they actually engaged in this? Have you validated some of the ideas that they have, the interests that they have? And I think that's why sometimes they struggle in the uptake of some of these initiatives. So engage industry, engage the learners themselves. And once you've actually validated the problem, you've come up with a solution, you've done your market research, you've seen that, yes, this is a viable problem, this is potentially the viable solution, you're then able to test it out within the market. Before you launch a full-on initiative of saying, we're doing this program to foster this collaboration, test it out with a certain number of students and representatives from industry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Faith. Now, we can't talk about curriculum and not talk to KICD. Dr. Jacqueline, Please respond to the question, the same question.
Thank you very much. I think as curriculum, we have the advantage that we are able to bring on board several industry players as we do our curriculum. But where we are at now, I think we would want them to validate whether what we put in the curriculum is beneficial to what the learner is going to be able to do as they get out of the system. And we know this is very difficult because remember that skills change every day. So while we had done this while the child has gone through grade 10, for example, by the time they're exiting, the world out there may be different. But our consolation is that whatever skills we'll have given them, they will be able to adapt. From where I sit, I think a question that I would want to put across to industry, as they work with the Kenya National Examination Council, what role would they play to be able to actually assess what learners do and be able to say these learners are attaining the skills or the competencies that they need on the ground? For example, we know that our children are doing portfolios. Is it possible for industry in their varied careers, for example, to be able to look at these portfolios of learners and assess whether these skills are being achieved or not? Because for us, when that happens, that feedback, when it comes to us, becomes the necessity for review. Otherwise, if we are looking at just review from when people are saying this is good or bad, then it doesn't help us too much. I think that would be very useful. And I know that we are reaching out to industry. We have given our curricula to several of them so that they can be able to, several professional bodies, so that they can be able to look at what we have done and ask, would this facilitate when the learner gets to their level when they are being trained? And so I think that NEC could also be supported on the same. During classroom practice, we are not saying during the summative evaluation, but during the formative evaluation, that's an open ground that can be used.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Jacqueline. TVET, Dr. Cornelius, you've been here a little longer. I remember Dr. Kananu asking us to borrow a leaf. Let's borrow a leaf from you. How have you managed to do this? Have you invited the industry to design with you the curriculum? Are they assessing with you? Or exactly what is happening in SIDAG? You are answering question 3.
Yes. For TVET, for the technical vocational training institutions, it is, let me say it is quite obvious that we are dealing with the industry. Because each, from the design of the curriculum and expectations of the ministry, we know that each level has an outcome. So if you're maybe teaching at kindergarten, you know what should be the outcome. If you are teaching at the lower primary, you have to match it with the outcome. So for us, the outcome is directly industry related.
It's feeding the industry.
Yes. I do not know KICD how that outcome looks like. I would guess it is more of a foundational kind of content. I've been developing some curriculum with you, especially for grade 11 and 12, and doing the design. So it is more of fundamental, introductory thing, basic. So for that level, they'll need to be mapped to a particular cadre at the industry. For us, we deal mostly with the technicians, so our job is well cut, and the industry knows that. So we invite industry in identifying what skills they would need in an expert. For instance, if we are dealing with an electrician, what type of electrician? Maybe the industry would say we need an installation technician. So they stipulate what a technician should be able to do. Maybe if given a certain type of building should be able to map out the wires, the conduits, should be able to fix, and so forth. So we invite the industry. We also invite industry during assessment by sending verifiers to the centers to look at that. The models in this concept, we still have some models that exist during assessment. Currently, what we are utilizing is the assessment body, like TVET CDAC, simply goes and assesses the competence of that candidate. Has the candidate attained, or can the candidate demonstrate the competences that have been stipulated in the occupational standard? We can also adopt project-based assessment that would be industry-led. Perhaps that would be beneficial to Kenya National Examination Council. And also a co-partner, like a panel for this comprising institution and industry, and then have the candidate there present or demonstrate the competences.
Thank you, Dr. Cornelius. This conversation cannot end. We will go on and on and on and on. I know we have not started. We started a long time ago. We are still in the process, but we are not ending today. So thank you very much for listening. We really appreciate. I know we are the people standing between you and your lunch, and some of you might start looking badly at us. So for the sake of you remaining good and not a sinner, we want to finish. So allow me to invite my colleague to end for us.
Thank you, Dr. Koki, our moderator. Thank you very much, the panelists who have contributed quite a lot in our discussion. Thank you to the audience for contributing too when you are given the opportunity. Now, as we wind up, I would like to appreciate what has been discussed and be able to summarize generally that there are existing models and best practices which Kenya can adopt. And TVET CDAC has illustrated to us that they have adopted best practices in regard to developing competency-based frameworks. And they were very kind enough to point out to us the source of that adoption, basically as OECD countries. And since it's working out here in Kenya, then we are able to access from the institution that has already rolled out, that is TVET CDAC. However, we've also been taken through possible challenges, in particular that we need to identify the expertise out there that is required so that we are able to shepherd our learners to be able to acquire those skills as documented in the curriculum design that will be relevant out there in the workplace. We've also been taken through in our discussion the various formats of ensuring the framework works, and we came across 3 of them. One is the block release. Learners train, go out and come back to train. For us, because we are talking about senior school, we'll have to reconsider that because it's a very unique setup compared to the TVET. It's also the day release. The day release, another model, and finally the front loading. Those are approaches that we've been taken through. On policy and governance, we heard from this conversation that indeed the Ministry of Education has incorporated in the policy of CBE and CBA a chapter on governance and public-private partnerships. where stakeholders other than government have been given room to be able to contribute to our education and also assessment. We've been given an assignment, and the assignment is a question: how have we prepared to interface with industry? That's a take home for all of us. Of course, we have many feedback channels to the Kenya National Examination Council to give us possible ways to be able to interface with industry, and we invite that as we close for today. Finally, on industry, meaningful involvement of industry, we've been guided very well from that conversation on a model, a human-centered design model, where we need to focus on what we want to achieve even as we start. And we are delighted that KICD was able to factor in that, where we've been informed, or they have informed us, that they engage the industry, knowing very well that these learners eventually will learn in the place of work, in the various industries, and that their concerns have been factored into the curriculum design. However, we have also been given some work. That since skills demands out there change, we need to keep on relooking at our curriculum and feeding back to the curriculum designer so that they factor in those upcoming changes. Ladies and gentlemen, in summary, that's what we've discussed. And at this point, I would like to thank each and every one of you. And I would like to appreciate the presence of our seniors here, our council member, and the Uganda Examination Board member, and other senior officials with us. Thank you very much, panelists. Thank you very much, each and every one of you, and thank you, our moderator. Thank you, and may God bless you.
You are invited for lunch. Karibu lunch.
Transforming lives, the competency-based assessment, developing skills, knowledge and attitude. digital service delivery through the trainings and resources. Service delivery that is organized and digitized and credible. Are professional and accountable. Are honest, team-spirited, transforming lives. Are professional and accountable. Are honest, team-spirited, transforming lives.
Have you lost your certificate? Do you know that NEC has automated the process of submitting examination-related queries by clients through QMIS, that is the Query Management Information System? How to log in QMIS system? Register an account at https://qmis.nec.ac.ke. Log in with your credentials sent in your email, that is, username and password. The QMIS homepage will appear. Click on Lost Certificate. Enter your index number. Select the exam type. Select the year you sat the exam. Click on Find. If the details provided are accurate, the name of the bona fide candidate will appear automatically. Attachments. Make sure all the mandatory documents are scanned in PDF format and attached one by one. These documents are: 1. Copy of the lost certificate or result slip. 2. National ID, both sides. 3. Passport photo size colored. 4. Police abstract. 5. Confirmation from Registrar of Persons if in Nairobi, NSSF Building 7th floor, or your county headquarters. After attachments, click on Submit. Wait for the verification process of your application. If successful, you will receive an email notification to log in and make payment via M-Pesa. Pay 5,220 Kenya shillings and wait for your application to be processed. Keep checking on the QMIS status window to monitor the progress. Once the process is complete, you will receive a notification message to come and collect your certification letter from the NEC offices at the new Mitihani House, South Sea.
Kenya National Examinations Council, tuhifadhi hadhi ya mitihani yetu.
Transforming our lives through quality assessment, securing our future, transforming lives, transforming our quality assessment, securing our future, transforming lives. Digital service delivery through the trainings and resources. Service delivery that is organized and digitized and credible. Are professional and accountable. Are honest, team-spirited, transforming lives. Are professional and accountable. Are attitude. The competency-based assessment, developing skills, knowledge and attitude. Implementing competency-based assessment, developing skills, knowledge and attitude. Digital service delivery through the trainings and resources. Service delivery that is organized and digitized and credible. Are professional and accountable. Are honest, team-spirited, transforming lives. Are professional and accountable. Are honest, team-spirited, transforming lives.
Have you lost your certificate? Do you know that NEC has automated the process of submitting examination-related queries by clients through QMIS, that is the Query Management Information System? How to log in QMIS system? Register an account at https://qmis.nec.ac.ke. Log in with your credentials sent in your email, that is, username and password. The QMIS homepage will appear. Click on Lost Certificate. Enter your index number. Select the exam type. Select the year you sat the exam. Click on Find. If the details provided are accurate, the name of the bona fide candidate will appear automatically. Attachments. Make sure all the mandatory documents are scanned in PDF format and attached one by one. These documents are: 1. Copy of the lost certificate or result slip. 2. National ID, both sides. 3. Passport photo size colored. 4. Police abstract. 5. Confirmation from Registrar of Persons if in Nairobi, NSSF Building 7th floor, or your county headquarters. After attachments, click on Submit. Wait for the verification process of your application. If successful, you will receive an email notification to log in and make payment via M-Pesa. Pay 5,220 Kenya shillings and wait for your application to be processed. Keep checking on the QMIS status window to monitor the progress. Once the process is complete, you will receive a notification message to come and collect your certification letter from the NEC offices at the new Mitihani House, South Sea.
Kenya National Examinations Council, tuhifadhi hadhi ya mitihani yetu.
Transforming our lives through quality assessment, securing our future, transforming lives, transforming our quality assessment, securing our future, transforming lives. Digital service delivery through the trainings and resources. Service delivery that is organized and digitized and credible. Are professional and accountable. Are honest, team-spirited, transforming lives. Are professional and accountable. Are honest, team-spirited, transforming lives. Quality assessment we champion as a council. transforming lives. The competency-based assessment, developing skills, knowledge and attitude. Implementing competency-based assessment, developing skills, knowledge and attitude. The competency-based assessment, developing skills, knowledge and attitude. Implementing competency-based assessment, developing skills, knowledge and attitude. Digital service delivery through the trainings and resources. Service delivery that is organized and digitized and credible. Are professional and accountable. Are honest, team-spirited, transforming lives. Are professional and accountable. Are honest, team-spirited, transforming lives.
Have you lost your certificate? Do you know that NEC has automated the process of submitting examination-related queries by clients through QMIS, that is the Query Management Information System? How to log in QMIS system? Register an account at https://qmis.nec.ac.ke. Log in with your credentials sent in your email, that is, username and password. The QMIS homepage will appear. Click on Lost Certificate. Enter your index number. Select the exam type. Select the year you sat the exam. Click on Find. If the details provided are accurate, the name of the bona fide candidate will appear automatically. Attachments. Make sure all the mandatory documents are scanned in PDF format and attached one by one. These documents are 1. Copy of the lost certificate or result slip. 2. National ID, both sides. 3. Passport photo size colored. 4. Police abstract. 5. Confirmation from Registrar of Persons if in Nairobi, NSSF Building 7th floor, or your county headquarters. After attachments, click on Submit. Wait for the verification process of your application. If successful, you will receive an email notification to log in and make payment via M-Pesa. Pay 5,220 Kenya shillings and wait for your application to be processed. Keep checking on the QMIS status window to monitor the progress. Once the process is complete, you will receive a notification message to come and collect your certification letter from the NEC offices at the new Mitihani House, South Sea.
Kenya National Examinations Council, tuhifadhi hadhi ya mitihani yetu.
Transforming our lives through quality assessment, securing our future, transforming lives, transforming our quality assessment, securing our future, transforming lives. Digital service delivery through the trainings and resources. Service delivery that is organized and digitized and credible. Are professional and accountable. Are honest, team-spirited, transforming lives. team-spirited, transforming lives. The competency-based assessment, developing skills, knowledge and attitude. Implementing competency-based assessment, developing skills, knowledge and attitude. The competency-based assessment, developing skills, knowledge and attitude. Implementing competency-based assessment, developing skills, knowledge and attitude. Digital service delivery through the trainings and resources. Service delivery that is organized and digitized and credible. Are professional and accountable. Are honest, team-spirited, transforming lives. Are professional and accountable. Are honest, team-spirited, transforming lives.
Have you lost your certificate? Do you know that NEC has automated the process of submitting examination-related queries by clients through QMIS, that is the Query Management Information System? How to log in QMIS system? Register an account at https://qmis.nec.ac.ke. Log in with your credentials sent in your email, that is, username and password. The QMIS homepage will appear. Click on Lost Certificate. Enter your index number. Select the exam type. Select the year you sat the exam. Click on Find. If the details provided are accurate, the name of the bona fide candidate will appear automatically. Attachments. Make sure all the mandatory documents are scanned in PDF format and attached one by one. These documents are: 1. Copy of the lost certificate or result slip. 2. National ID, both sides. 3. Passport photo size colored. 4. Police abstract. 5. Confirmation from Registrar of Persons if in Nairobi, NSSF Building 7th floor, or your county headquarters. After attachments, click on Submit. Wait for the verification process of your application. If successful, you will receive an email notification to log in and make payment via M-Pesa. Pay 5,220 Kenya shillings and wait for your application to be processed. Keep checking on the QMIS status window to monitor the progress. Once the process is complete, you will receive a notification message to come and collect your certification letter from the NEC offices at the new Mitihani House, South Sea.
Kenya National Examinations Council, tuhifadhi hadhi ya mitihani yetu.
Transforming our lives through quality assessment, securing our future, transforming lives, transforming our quality assessment, securing our future, transforming lives. Digital service delivery through the trainings and resources. Service delivery that is organized and digitized and credible. Are professional and accountable. Are honest, team-spirited, We are professional and accountable. We are honest, team-spirited, transforming lives. We are professional and accountable. We are honest, team-spirited, transforming lives. The competency-based assessment, developing skills, knowledge and attitude. Implementing competency-based assessment, developing skills, knowledge and attitude. The competency-based assessment, developing skills, knowledge and attitude. Implementing competency-based assessment, developing skills, knowledge and attitude. Digital service delivery through the trainings and resources. Service delivery that is organized and digitized and credible. We are professional and accountable. We are honest, team-spirited, transforming lives. We are professional and accountable. We are honest, team-spirited, transforming lives.
Have you lost your certificate? Do you know that NEC has automated the process of submitting examination-related queries by clients through QMIS, that is the Query Management Information System? How to log in QMIS system? Register an account at https://qmis.nec.ac.ke. Log in with your credentials sent in your email, that is, username and password. The QMIS homepage will appear. Click on Lost Certificate. Enter your index number. Select the exam type. Select the year you sat the exam. Click on Find. If the details provided are accurate, the name of the bona fide candidate will appear automatically. Attachments. Make sure all the mandatory documents are scanned in PDF format and attached one by one. These documents are 1. Copy of the lost certificate or result slip. 2. National ID, both sides. 3. Passport photo size colored. 4. Police abstract. 5. Confirmation from Registrar of Persons if in Nairobi, NSSF Building 7th floor, or your county headquarters. After attachments, click on Submit. Wait for the verification process of your application. If successful, you will receive an email notification to log in and make payment via M-Pesa. Pay 5,220 Kenya shillings and wait for your application to be processed. Keep checking on the QMIS status window to monitor the progress. Once the process is complete, you will receive a notification message to come and collect your certification letter from the NEC offices at the new Mitihani House, South Sea.
Kenya National Examinations Council, tuhifadhi hadhi ya mitihani yetu.
Transforming our lives through quality assessment, securing our future, transforming lives, transforming our
Nilete ile pointi ya ile nini ulisema ni mbaya.
Transforming lives, digital service delivery through the trainings and resources.
Yes.
Team spirited, transforming lives. Quality assessment, we champion as a console. That's our pride. Service delivery that is organized and digitized and credible. Unprofessional and accountable. We are honest, team spirited, transforming lives. Unprofessional and accountable. We are honest, team spirited, transforming lives. The competency-based assessment, developing skills, knowledge and attitude, implementing competency-based assessment, developing skills, knowledge and attitude. The competency-based assessment, developing skills, knowledge and attitude, implementing competency-based assessment, developing skills, knowledge and attitude. Digital service delivery through the trainings and resources. Service delivery that is organized and digitized and credible. Unprofessional and accountable. Are honest, team spirited, transforming lives. Unprofessional and accountable. Are honest, team spirited, transforming lives.
Have you lost your certificate? Do you know that NEC has automated the process of submitting examination-related queries by clients through QMIS, that is the Query Management Information System? How to log in QMIS system? Register an account at https://qmis.nec.ac.ke. Log in with your credentials sent in your email, that is, username and password. The QMIS homepage will appear. Click on Lost Certificate. Enter your index number. Select the exam type. Select the year you sat the exam. Click on Find. If the details provided are accurate, the name of the bona fide candidate will appear automatically. Attachments. Make sure all the mandatory documents are scanned in PDF format and attached one by one. These documents are 1. Copy of the lost certificate or result slip. 2. National ID, both sides. 3. Passport photo size colored. 4. Police abstract. 5. Confirmation from Registrar of Persons if in Nairobi, NSSF Building 7th floor, or your county headquarters. After attachments, click on Submit. Wait for the verification process of your application. If successful, you will receive an email notification to log in and make payment via M-Pesa. Pay 5,220 Kenya shillings and wait for your application to be processed. Keep checking on the QMIS status window to monitor the progress. Once the process is complete, you will receive a notification message to come and collect your certification letter from the NEC offices at the new Mitihani House, South Sea.
Kenya National Examinations Council, tuhifadhi hadhi ya mitihani yetu.
Transforming our lives through quality assessment, securing our future, transforming lives, transforming our lives.
Have you lost your certificate? Do you know that NEC has automated the process of submitting examination-related queries by clients through QMIS, that is the Query Management Information System? How to log in QMIS system? Register an account at https://qmis.nec.ac.ke. Log in with your credentials sent in your email, that is, username and password. The QMIS homepage will appear. Click on Lost Certificate. Enter your index number. Select the exam type. Select the year you sat the exam. Click on Find. If the details provided are accurate, the name of the bona fide candidate will appear automatically. Attachments. Make sure all the mandatory documents are scanned in PDF format and attached one by one. These documents are: 1. Copy of the lost certificate or result slip. 2. National ID, both sides. 3. Passport photo size colored. 4. Police abstract. 5. Confirmation from Registrar of Persons if in Nairobi, NSSF Building 7th floor, or your county headquarters. After attachments, click on Submit. Wait for the verification process of your application. If successful, you will receive an email notification to log in and make payment via M-Pesa. Pay 5,220 Kenya shillings and wait for your application to be processed. Keep checking on the QMIS status window to monitor the progress. Once the process is complete, you will receive a notification message to come and collect your certification letter from the NEC offices at the new Mitihani House, South Sea.
Kenya National Examinations Council, tuhifadhi hadhi ya mitihani yetu.
Transforming our lives through quality assessment, securing our future, transforming lives, transforming our quality assessment, securing our future, transforming lives. Digital service delivery through the trainings and resources. Service delivery that is organized and digitized and credible. Unprofessional and accountable. Are honest and team-spirited, transforming lives. Unprofessional and accountable. Are honest and team-spirited, transforming lives. Quality assessment we champion as a council. That's our pride. Service delivery that is organized and digitized and credible. Unprofessional and accountable. Are honest and team-spirited, transforming lives. Unprofessional and accountable. Are honest and team-spirited, transforming lives. The competency-based assessment, developing skills, knowledge and attitude. Implementing competency-based assessment, developing skills, knowledge and attitude. The competency-based assessment, developing skills, knowledge and attitude. Implementing competency-based assessment, developing skills, knowledge and attitude. Digital service delivery through the trainings and resources. Service delivery credible, are professional and accountable, are honest, team-spirited, transforming lives, are professional and accountable, are honest, team-spirited, transforming lives.
Have you lost your certificate? Do you know that NEC has automated the process of submitting examination-related queries by clients through QMIS, that is the Query Management Information System? How to log in QMIS system? Register an account at https://qmis.nec.ac.ke. Log in with your credentials sent in your email, that is, username and password. The QMIS homepage will appear. Click on Lost Certificate. Enter your index number. Select the exam type. Select the year you sat the exam. Click on Find. If the details provided are accurate, the name of the bona fide candidate will appear automatically. Attachments. Make sure all the mandatory documents are scanned in PDF format and attached one by one. These documents are 1. Copy of the lost certificate or result slip. 2. National ID, both sides. 3. Passport photo size colored. 4. Police abstract. 5. Confirmation from Registrar of Persons if in Nairobi, NSSF Building 7th floor, or your county headquarters. After attachments, click on Submit. Wait for the verification process of your application. If successful, you will receive an email notification to log in and make payment via M-Pesa. Pay 5,220 Kenya shillings and wait for your application to be processed. Keep checking on the QMIS status window to monitor the progress. Once the process is complete, you will receive a notification message to come and collect your certification letter from the NEC offices at the new Mitihani House, South Sea.
Kenya National Examinations Council, tuhifadhi hadhi ya mitihani yetu.
Transforming our lives through quality assessment, securing our future, transforming lives, transforming our quality assessment, securing our future, transforming lives. Digital service delivery through the trainings and resources. Service delivery that is organized and digitized and credible, are professional and accountable, are honest, team-spirited, transforming lives, are professional and accountable, are honest, team-spirited, transforming lives. Quality assessment we champion as a council, that's our pride. Service delivery that is organized and digitized and credible, are professional and accountable, are honest, team-spirited, transforming lives, are professional and accountable, are honest, team-spirited, transforming lives.
Have you lost your certificate? Do you know that NEC has automated the process of submitting examination-related queries by clients through QMIS, that is the Query Management Information System? How to log in QMIS system? Register an account at https://qmis.nec.ac.ke. Log in with your credentials sent in your email, that is, username and password. The QMIS homepage will appear. Click on Lost Certificate. Enter your index number. Select the exam type. Select the year you sat the exam. Click on Find. If the details provided are accurate, the name of the bona fide candidate will appear automatically. Attachments. Make sure all the mandatory documents are scanned in PDF format and attached one by one. These documents are 1. Copy of the lost certificate or result slip. 2. National ID, both sides. 3. Passport photo size colored. 4. Police abstract. 5. Confirmation from Registrar of Persons if in Nairobi, NSSF Building 7th floor, or your county headquarters. After attachments, click on Submit. Wait for the verification process of your application. If successful, you will receive an email notification to log in and make payment via M-Pesa. Pay 5,220 Kenya shillings and wait for your application to be processed. Keep checking on the QMIS status window to monitor the progress. Once the process is complete, you will receive a notification message to come and collect your certification letter from the NEC offices at the new Mitihani House, South Sea.
Kenya National Examinations Council, tuhifadhi hadhi ya mitihani yetu.
Transforming our lives through quality assessment, securing our future, transforming lives, transforming our quality assessment, securing our future, transforming lives. Digital service delivery through the trainings and resources, service delivery that is organized and digitized and credible, unprofessional and accountable. We are honest and team-spirited, transforming lives. Unprofessional and accountable. We are honest and team-spirited, transforming lives. Quality assessment we champion as a council, that's our pride. Service delivery that is organized and digitized and credible. Unprofessional and accountable. We are honest and team-spirited, transforming lives. Unprofessional and accountable. We are honest and team-spirited, transforming lives. The competency-based assessment, developing skills, knowledge and attitude. Implementing competency-based assessment, developing skills, knowledge and attitude. The competency-based assessment, developing skills, knowledge and attitude. Implementing competency-based assessment, developing
Have you lost your certificate? Do you know that NEC has automated the process of submitting examination-related queries by clients through QMIS, that is the Query Management Information System? How to log in QMIS system? Register an account at https://qmis.nec.ac.ke. Log in with your credentials sent in your email, that is, username and password. The QMIS homepage
check. check.
Lukenya Junior School Band, uwanja ni wenu. Let me ask that we settle down. Students from Lukenya, those outside the tent, let's come in, please. Ninawaona pale nje ya tent. DJ, utupatie wimbo kidogo tukingojea kwanza tafadhali. DJ. I seek your patience. We are waiting for the CEO to join us, then our program can start officially. He's on his way and will be here in a short while. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to start our program, our closing program officially, following the arrival of the CEO, Kenya National Examinations Council, Dr. David Njeng'ere. And to start us off, I would like to introduce the students from Lukenya Academy Junior School with an entertainment song. They're telling me they have put a pop band together with the brass, which is almost the type of Luambo Luanzo Makiadi band. All right? So let's listen to them for the first song. Karibuni. Sina makosa. Makofi, wapi makofi. This is talent. And indeed, these guys have what to do even when they are not in school, and it's very constructive. Thank you very much. I want to welcome the choir from the same school to present one item, then we shall move on to the next step in the program. Mwalimu karibu. This is Lukenya Junior School Choir. They will introduce the song they play. They are singing. Karibu.
We shall perform Jesus is the Light of the World by Nancy Price. Welcome.
Jesus is the light of the world. He is the light of the world. He is the light of the world. Hallelujah. Jesus is the light of the world, and we will follow him. Jesus is the light of the world. Hallelujah. Jesus is the light of the world. He is the light of the world. He is the light of the world. Jesus is the light of the world, and we will follow him. Jesus is the light of the world. Shine. He will shine. Yes, he will shine. Shine. He will shine. Yes, he will shine. Take his hand. Let him lead. When you follow Jesus, he will set you free. Keep him in your heart and let him shine. Let him shine. Hallelujah. Jesus is the light of the world. He is the light of the world. He is the light of the world. Jesus is the light of the world, and we will follow him. Jesus is the light of the world. Shine. He will shine. Yes, he will shine. Shine. He will shine. Yes, he will shine. Follow him, strong and true. Look at what the power of his love can do. Keep him in your heart and let him shine. Let him shine. Hallelujah. Jesus is the light of the world. He is the light of the world. Jesus is the light of the world, and we will follow him. Jesus is the light of the world. Jesus is the light of the world. He is the light of the world. He is the light of the world. Jesus is the light of the world, and we will follow him. He will shine. He is the light of the world. He will shine. He is the light of the world. Jesus is the light of the
A round of applause for the students from Lukenya Academy Junior School. Chief Guest, our CEO, we would like now to get brief remarks from a representative from the hub schools. Patrick Emojong from Busia County has been chosen to speak on behalf of the hub schools.
Thank you. I think that's okay. It's okay now. Thank you. Thank you very much. I am Patrick Emojong from Busia County, from Assessment Hubs. Allow me to write on the protocol presented before us so that I begin because of interest of time. Our CEO from NEC, we are very much grateful because to have given us this opportunity when you established these assessment hubs for us. These assessment hubs has been pragmatic. It is coherent and very much immense importance in our regions where we come from. There is a lot that has been done. We have already transmitted some information which is very much useful to our CBE and CBA in our respective schools down there. So allow me, because of interest of time, just to say something on the assessment hubs. Assessment hubs was established by the context of NEC as a center which was meant to coordinate and support effective implementation of the competency-based assessment, facilitating moderation and quality assurance of school-based assessments while serving as regional feedback and communication to NEC. We are 500 assessment hubs, 235 from junior and primary schools. We also have 235 from senior secondary schools and 30 from special schools. The rationale of these hubs is very much evident, as I said. One, Kenya's transition to competency-based education, which is CBE, requires robust school-level support system to strengthen the quality and consistency of assessment practices. Then number two, there is a growing need for structured nationwide engagement with the key stakeholders, that is teachers, parents, and other education actors on the assessment within the basic education. So in that case, with the respect of our CEO, we are praying for much engagement that you give to us as hubs down there. We are also requesting that we have some mentorship training programs down to sub-county and county levels. I am going to read some bit of challenges with the time, but allow me to continue. Assessment hubs across the country operate within themselves for improvement and also sharing knowledge with all other schools within their county. It is very, very important because the knowledge has been shared, as I said. We have actually had so many benchmarking taking place. For those who assessment hubs, my teachers are here. My fellow colleague teachers are here. They can as well as confirm that. Let us look at the purpose of these assessment hubs. Assessment hubs will support the effective implementation of competency-based assessment, CBA, by strengthening assessment competency through the targeted professional development. They will also facilitate moderation and quality assurance of school-based assessment while serving as regional feedback and communication for NEC. The hubs will foster research, innovation, and continuous improvement in assessment practices. For the advent of the AI, we as teachers, our work has become a little bit easier, although we shall customize the AI to fit in our learning process. And also, we have also been told about authentic and scenario pedagogy learning, which is very important. And this one is realistic and is becoming pragmatic in our areas of operation within our counties, and it's really working. So we recommend that the Kenya National Examination Council with other partners of NEC to move with the speed, to give us some more support and resources so that we equip and make the assessment hubs to become more strong, effective, and efficient to ensure that the CBE and the CBA implementation is quickly done in our locality. And also, we are thankful to our CEO of NEC, together with NEC fraternity, to have given us from hubs an opportunity. Because from 2024, when we were in Naivasha, we are trained on the functions of these hubs, and it has been good. We have received some information which is inspiring and transformational. It has helped to help our areas which we have come from, and they are becoming better. And also, number two, item writing. My fellow colleague teachers can confirm that. We were given a priority, the priority from NEC hubs to be trained on item writing. Right now, we are proficient and very much effective when it comes to item development. We are very much relevant when it comes to what is required for item development. This we shall transform and we shall transmit to our fellow colleague teachers and schools and other stakeholders down there. And it's going to be a feedback back to NEC, and it's going to be very good on our side. Then number three, some teachers have been trained on marking and moderation of assessments, which is very recommended. So we are very much grateful. Our CEO, and also this symposium, it is very much, I wish everybody could have been here. Because what we have gotten from here, it is very much inspiring and well packed. We have gotten wider knowledge. When we are going outside there, we are becoming very much relevant to equip and transmit information back to our hubs down there. Although, apart from this, our Honorable CEO, we also have some challenges. We cannot miss some challenges. Challenge number one, that we have outside there in our counties, recognition from the heads of institution is a big problem. Some heads of institution do not recognize some of our assessment hubs, and we recommend that the NEC shall communicate in speed to our county directors, sub-county directors, down to our heads of institution so that they recognize the aspect of assessment hubs. And we also don't have much resources in that manner, but some schools already have received. But a baby cannot be born today, tomorrow it begins to walk, another day, then the baby begins to eat at the same time. No, I know it is through some cycles, but this will happen. We recommend that we get some enough resources to equip us as make us more robust and very, very relevant. And then I also want to say another challenge we have is a commercial assessments. We are very much affected by that. Some heads of institutions and others have just ticked on commercial assessments, and which are not in line with the current curriculum design. This commercial assessment might not serve the purpose of the CBE and the CBA. So we are wishing through the NEC fraternity, if you can help us communicate to heads of institution and others so that we have classroom assessments and school-based assessments on progress from NEC. And then lastly, I also, as I said before, we recommend that we have mentorship and training programs in our sub-county level and county levels. Allow me also, CEO, just because I'm here with my colleagues, they should just say, just to stand and maybe to wave. Those ones from NEC hubs. You can just stand and wave.
Representatives from the assessment hubs across the country.
Yeah,
Thank
that
you.
is the team, and that team is well equipped. And we wish that we are going to have many retreats so that we become more relevant. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate Patrick Amojong for being very authentic in his presentation. CEO, sir, I now want to invite the chairman of the team that planned this symposium, Samuel Mombura, to read, first of all, a symposium communique and then lead the next segment.
Don't want to go up. The CEO, invited guests, representative of hubs, our students from the various identified hubs, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm not used to speaking from the podium, so you'll pardon me. Before I read the communique, allow me to introduce the committee that has made this symposium possible. If you know that you have served as a member of any subcommittee, I request that you be upstanding so that you be introduced to our delegates. Perhaps you can come in front. Sir, this is a team that you assembled to deliver on the third CBA symposium, and they were organized in 6 sub-themes and subcommittees, and I want to believe that the evidence of their work can be appreciated. We pray that next year they surpass the standards so that we can see better things. May God bless you all. And so still on the same strength, amidst us we have the chairman of the National Parents Association. This is a very significant component in our engagements. We cannot deliver the desired objectives of the competency-based educational framework and assessment under the CBE without the parental engagement and empowerment. So, sir, with your permission, allow me to give the chairman of the National Parents Association 2 minutes just to greet us, and then we can read the communique.
The CEO NEC, senior government officers, and other guests from both in and outside, all the teams, good afternoon. Good afternoon. I will not take long. I'm a parent, and so I'll speak as a parent. My name is Silas David Obuhatsa. I chair the National Parents Association of Kenya under the Ministry of Education. Parents Association is properly enacted in the Education Act of 2013, Section 55, 2, Schedule 3 or third schedule, which empowers me to engage and empower parents on various aspects as far as the education of their children is concerned. In this way, Dr. here, Brother Mombori says, we cannot do without the parents. Parents are critical stakeholders, key, because they're the ones who give birth to the children. They're the factories that manufacture children. Can you clap for me, please, because of that? They're the main industry. We are talking about industries here, but that's the main what? Industry. Parents are key as far as CBC and CBE implementation is concerned. Because of time, I'll talk so much. We have talked about the emerging curriculum. We have talked about AI. We have talked about dual certification. All those things are the concerns of parents. Because parents wonder why, at grade 6 level, their children are not given certificates. My girl at grade 6 level qualified for unemployment under CBC. She taught me how to swim. Now I can swim like a fish. So if she's taken to Mombasa, to the beach, after grade 6 with a certificate, then definitely she will get a job before some of us, because she can be a lifesaver in some of those expensive swimming pools because of CBC. So when I speak with all the strength and the courage and say the question of dual certification is very important, because we are looking at the academics and the skills. And NEC, together with KICD, they can come up with structures or studies on how this can be developed. In the old systems, quickly, the students will leave KCP classrooms and become police officers. And some of them right now are very senior people in government, just because of that certificate at the KCPE or CPE, the one I did level. And therefore, this can happen in CBC from grade 6, grade 9, and at grade 12. Finally, the last point. If the government can empower teachers with all those billions of shillings, the government can facilitate infrastructure in schools. It can facilitate the training of teachers, retooling. They are retooling teachers to handle the children that belong to parents when the owners of the children are not being retooled. I hope TS is here. We want parents to be retooled on CBC because parents don't understand CBC framework. Parents lack information access to very important policies within the education sector, one of them being that on assessment, and Dr. Nyengere can support that. He's here. And therefore, this afternoon, as I finish up, because of time, we are here, several heads. I am not only talking about the government. I want to request if there is any funding organization that can support parents to be empowered as far as all that has been discussed here during this conference for the 5 days I've been sitting here. Those people are my friends from now. With those few remarks, allow me to give my mobile number as I sit down so that you can engage me if you think we can work as partners, because Dr. Nyengere is working with me, Director KICD is working with me, Mrs. Africa is working with me. Why not you, even if you're not from Kenya? Like my friend from Uganda. Do you think you have funds to give us to empower parents in Kenya? You speak very good English. So my number, please. If you're interested quickly, you can get to me. My number is this one. Plus 254 plus 254 722 plus 254 722 40 2182 40 0722 40 21 82. Silas David, National Chairman, Parents Association. I strongly advocate for parental empowerment and engagement for the success of CBE and CBC for the Kenyan child. Amen.
Thank you, Chairman. From Monday, we have had presentations, we have had exhibitions, and we have had our hubs through the pathway of artwork presenting pieces of authentic works and many other AI presentations, technological projects have been showcased. And therefore, in that spirit, our rapporteurs were capturing your contributions from the breakaway rooms and even in the plenary. And sir, we have come up with 7 resolutions that as delegates, representatives, we want to commit ourselves to implement as an output of this symposium. So the deliberations culminated into the following resolutions. Number 1, that we commit ourselves to strengthen competency-based education implementation, align the curriculum, pedagogy, and assessment with future-ready competencies, national development priorities, and emerging global trends to ensure holistic learner development. Commitment number 2, to promote responsible and inclusive use of technology and AI in a way that develops and helps us implement clear policies that are aligned to ethical standards, legal frameworks for AI and digital assessment, ensuring solutions are context-specific, affordable, and responsive to the local learner needs. Resolution number 3, that we commit ourselves to empower teachers as change drivers in order to enhance continuous teacher capacity building in competency-based assessment, digital pedagogy, artificial intelligence integration, and effective use of assessment data to improve learning outcomes. Resolution number 4, that we commit ourselves to advance authentic and learner-centered assessments that promote project-based, scenario-based, performance-based, and real-world assessment approaches that nurture creativity, innovation, and critical thinking with transferable skills. Resolution number 5, we commit ourselves to strengthen data-driven decision-making in education, to enhance generation of data, analysis, sharing, and utilization of assessment data to inform policy, planning, targeted interventions, and continuous improvement in education systems. Resolution number 6, that we commit ourselves to embed industry relevance through dual certification. And in that, we will advance dual certification models and structured industry partnerships to align education outcomes with labor market demands and improve learner employability. The last resolution, sir, we commit ourselves to expand secure and sustainable digital assessment systems that promote scalable, cost-effective, and secure digital assessment and certification systems, including e-assessment platforms and QR-coded verifications to improve efficiency, credibility, and integrity in assessment. Ladies and gentlemen, will as many of the opinion say yes? Thank you very much. It is therefore my humble duty and honor to invite our Chief Executive Officer, Dr. David Njengere, to make his remarks. And as he comes, let us applaud him.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mwambura. One of the council members who is around, Zephaniah Koech. I think most people haven't known that you have joined us as a council member. Mr. Koech is a council member here in NEC. The various visitors that we have, beginning with my brother, Mr. Odongo, from UNEB, our friends from South Africa, Eswatini, Ghana, and Zambia. The development partners who have joined us in this meeting, our friends from the universities, the teachers, the gallant soldiers in the assessment hubs, both junior and senior. I think the senior ones were not introduced. Did they stand up when the others were standing? The ones from the senior schools, senior school hubs. Are you around? Yeah? You could stand up so that we also appreciate you. Those from the senior school hubs, yeah. Okay, thank you. Yes, Asanteni. My colleagues from NEC, good afternoon. Silas, we appreciate your time and your collaboration. When he was saying that parents are, did you say they are factories or industries? I was very keen to look at the sign language interpreter to see what kind of signs they're using for that. Unfortunately, I have not been able to sit through the presentations because yesterday we had the conference, second annual conference in Naivasha, and I had to accompany the cabinet secretary because the president was coming there. So I had to travel on Wednesday, and the whole day yesterday we were holed up there. But I have been able to follow the proceedings from the online platforms, and I must say that the team that has put this together, Mwambura and team, I think they can stand up again so that we appreciate them once again. Yes. You guys have done a great job. Sindio? So mmefanya kazi mzuri? Thank you very much. We keep improving. This is the third symposium, and we are glad that our friends from our African countries could join us so that we create this energy together. Africa is endowed with a lot of resources. But the resource that will make a difference in Africa is not our oil, it is not our minerals. We have had those for centuries. It is our human resource. We can't exploit the potentials of our natural resources until we develop our human capital to make sure that we are able to maximize and optimize the potential that is in those natural resources. For a country like Kenya, we don't even have any natural resources. We only have what Silas and his friends give us every year. So, as we come together in this kind of a forum, the question that we need to keep asking ourselves, even as we close this symposium, is a question that was asked in 1949 by Ralph Taylor. Taylor asked 4 questions. But the most important is the first question he asked, which is, what purpose do schools seek to achieve? When we take our children to school at the age of 4 in pre-primary, at the age of 6 in primary school, what purpose, what do we seek to achieve? Do we do it because the law says education is free and compulsory? Do we do it because others do it? Do we do it because of the promise that has failed? The promise of employment. When I was growing up many years ago, there even used to be a song that would tell young people, someni vijana, mkimaliza kusoma, mtapata kazi nzuri sana. Why do we take our children to school? Why does government invest in Kenya 28% of the annual budget, almost a third of the annual budget? Why does government put that money in education? What purpose do we seek to achieve? When we set up an institution like the Teachers Service Commission, and we make it the biggest employer in the country, we are now having over 400,000 teachers. Why do we invest all those resources in education? What is the purpose? And that is not a question which you will answer with one statement. It is a question that goes down to the child who goes into those learning institutions. When the child is taken to school at the age of 4, and I'm sure those of you who are parents, Romana, as you take your child at the age of 4 to school, you know the struggle that you go through leaving the child in the hands of a stranger. Why do you do that? In 2016, we had a moment of reflection in Kenya. And that moment of reflection concluded that the current system of education, which we are phasing out, was not achieving any of the aspirations that we had laid down as a country, which means it was not fit for purpose. And therefore, we embarked on this very ambitious reform journey. And we said the purpose, which in the previous system was not well defined. Yes, if you ask different people, they will tell you about self-reliance and stuff. But when you invite them to share with you a document that mentions that, you are unlikely to find that document. So the basic education curriculum framework that came from KICD in 2016 said that the purpose of education henceforth will be to nurture every learner's potential. Nurturing every learner's potential. That was a statement or a mission that was aligning itself to the Vision 2030 and the natural and I'm looking for the right word because I don't want to be misquoted. The media is here, they love misquoting me. The common sense approach. Because in 2007, 2009, this country came up with Vision 2030. And that vision said that we want by 2030 to have an industrializing country, offering a high quality of life to all our citizens. Now, the big question is, how would the government offer a high quality of life to all citizens? How would you do that? Do you have enough money to give every citizen so that they can enjoy that high quality of life? Or how will you provide that high quality of life? And when we were battling with this question, and Jane Joyce from KICD, she knows that, we said we have to come up with a system that appreciates every child who is presented in school by Silas and company at the age of 4. Every child has some potential in them. There is no child born into this world, and I'm sure you have seen in the exhibitions on 4th floor, even those with special needs. Everyone is born with some potential. The purpose of education, therefore, is to identify that potential and nurture it to the extent that that person is able to enjoy that high quality of life. If you don't nurture the potential in me, then education stops to serve any purpose. Education becomes a tool of disempowering me. And we have seen it. Every year we have this ritual that we conduct here on these grounds. After children sit their KCSE. And in Kenya, I don't know what happens in Uganda, my brother, but in Kenya it is transmitted live on TV. All the TV stations. We get free coverage. And I am one of the persons who is usually very uncomfortable in that ritual. Because when I look at the results, and I see that last year, for example, those who sat KCSE, 47,000 children were given a certificate. All these things we are verifying on digital platforms, I don't know, QR codes. 47,000 of those documents read E. Now, the big question is, this child has been in school for a minimum of 12 years. Those who didn't go into the pre-primary, 2 years. Majority of them will have done 14 years because they entered school in pre-primary 1, that is at the age of 4. Some who may have repeated a year here, a year there, they'll have done over 15 years. Now, after 15 years of showing up every day, except the holidays, in school from morning to evening, your participation is reduced to a piece of paper that has the letter E. How will you offer a high quality of life to that person?
unless they become a goon or they enter in another system, I can assure you it is impossible to do that. And when that is repeated year in, year out, people who are in the age group of 17, 19 years old, teenagers, they start their lives with a piece of paper that tells them there is something wrong with you. When you have not even started life, because at the age of 19 or 17, clearly, your life has not even started. And the whole country has been brought to a standstill. And all the media houses are transmitting live to tell the world that you are equals to this piece of paper which we ask you to carry for the rest of your life. And we can now even verify it on digital platforms. Honestly, that kind of a system is not fit for purpose. And that's why we said, let's be ambitious. Let's come up with a system that looks at the young boys who are in front here from Lukenya. And I really want to congratulate those boys. Are you still in the room? Yeah? Let's appreciate those boys. That at what age? They are in junior school or senior school? Junior school. What's the age? What's the age of junior school? Yeah? 13, 14. Yeah. I am so happy that when those kids will be leaving senior school, it doesn't matter how much math they can do. It doesn't matter how much physics. If they can do math, great. If they can do physics, great. But if they can't, they will not exit school with that piece of paper. Nobody wants to be reminded of what they are not able to do. Because even if I called for the most brilliant person in this room, the one who had an A in KCSE, I don't know who would like to volunteer. And I told them, take that guitar, yeah, and produce the music that boy produced. I can assure you that person will not be able to do that. Yet they don't have a certificate that tells them they had an E in playing the guitar. But the boy who played the guitar there, we have the audacity to give him a certificate telling him he can't do math. So who said that life only requires those who can do math? Who said that? Actually, for most people, apart from counting the money, a lot of people have no use for Pythagoras' theorem after they leave school. But they need music, don't they? Yet, we tell the one playing music, you are E, because you can't do math. But this person who can do math but they can't play a guitar, we tell them you are A. Look at this platform here. The person who laid this, who did the interior decor of this room where we are, don't you think they did a good job? Yeah? Now, there's someone who is seated there who got an A in chemistry. But this one who is so good in visual arts, we tell them, if you can't get an A in chemistry, there is something wrong with you. So they will only be doing this interior decor out of the frustration that the system has imposed on them. That since you can't do, and we are very good at now giving them the options. All those who did not get C+ and above, please look for a place in the TVET institutions. It's very unfair. So, the essence, therefore, and the spirit of this competency-based education is to make sure there is not a single child who exits grade 12 feeling like they are a failure in life. Anything else is not a failure of the child. It is a failure of the system. Because the child came, didn't they? They were with you for 15 years. So when you tell them they have failed, it is not the child who failed. Actually, the person who should get that certificate is not the child. The certificate should go to someone else. Of course, not me. Because children do not fail. It is systems that fail. It's not the children who have failed. It is we who have designed the system in a given way that makes children like the ones, you saw the enthusiasm, the excitement that they had as they came to make their presentations. So why would you want at that age to come and tell the child that they are a failure? And are you really setting up that child for the achievement of this vision, where we are saying that we want every person to enjoy a high quality of life? If we were to do that, I am sure even the crime rates and all these vices that we are experiencing in the country would go down. So it's in that spirit, therefore, that as we come to the end of this symposium, I invite you to consider a few things that we would like to do so that next year when we come, we can improve on the delivery of the competency-based education. The first one is that from the communique that has been read brilliantly by Mr. Mombura, and thank you Njuguna and team for preparing that communique. We need to consolidate the various innovations that were shared from Monday. We have so many innovations, great ideas that were presented here. We don't want those ideas to end on the floor of the symposium. We want to take each idea and ask, where does this fit within the ecosystem of implementing the competency-based education? So we will come back to you and engage you so that you tell us, how do you think we can grow this up? And that's why we have a department in NEC. Research, actually, ERC falls under research. It's called Research, Innovations, and Educational Assessment Resource Center. The innovations should be incubated in that ERC so that we can ask, how do we push this to scale? There are great ideas, but unfortunately, they are being implemented at a very small scale. We want this to be scaled up so that, especially through our hubs, and I'll be coming to that, we can have every child across the breadth of this country enjoy the benefits of these innovations that we have shared during the symposium. So that's the first thing. So I think your communique is not complete in Njuguna until you tell us in this communique, how are you going to consolidate these innovations and then incubate them in our ERC, and we start asking, as we come next year, the same presenters will need to come here and tell us, how have you developed some scaling up of these innovations in the country? The second is about AI. AI is, okay, there are some children here. There are some things I can't say, I wanted to say. Okay. You know, when we were growing up, AI meant many things, which I can't say. We should avoid, we should really be careful of that metaphor of what that AI meant here in Africa. And that's a risk that we are facing. AI is a very powerful tool. But if we are not careful, it is going to make the divide between the global north and the global south to be even wider. So we have to invest. We have to invest in AI. We don't have a choice. We can't run away from it. We should participate and innovate and not just consume AI. And I have challenged the ICT team here in Mwambura that we need to have a desk in ARC that will be thinking about this AI almost on a daily basis. Because AI is a tool. And that tool, and every tool, has potential of giving you what you want, or if you don't use that tool properly, that tool can mess up everything. So AI has huge potentials. What you need to remember is that most of the AI engines that we are using today, because AI doesn't, okay, I know there's generative AI, but most of the AI engines we are using, they rely on input that has come from elsewhere. And so, if you're not careful, you can start to skew learning, thinking that you are using the tool. So we need to invest in this, Jen, in KICD, in every institution, Semester, NEC. We need to invest heavily. We shouldn't just be hearing about AI when we come for conferences and symposiums. It's something that, like the ICT Directorate, in the same way they have all these divisions and units, they need to have a unit that devotes its time to AI and how we are deploying AI in our system. So, Njuguna, we need to think around that recommendations and resolution around AI. The next is about special needs education. I don't know how many of you visited the fourth floor exhibition. Let me see by show of hand.
Okay, almost all of you. And if you went to the section where we have these children with special needs, showcasing some of the things that they have been able to do, you'll agree with me that in the previous system, those children would have been condemned. They wouldn't even get an E because no one will even allow them to sit for the exam. Yeah? Now they have an opportunity. They have an opportunity to develop their competencies in the pre-vocation and vocational levels, and they can enjoy that high quality of life that we were talking about. The CS was there on Monday, and I remember he bought several of the pieces which were there. I want to encourage you. I mean, some of you, I'm sure you have some money, loose change. Yeah? I want to encourage you to pass through there. And if you find something that you can take with you, please do. Because that's the way to help these children enjoy a high quality of life. We don't want to create a dependence syndrome on people simply because they have a special need. We want to dignify their lives. And the way to dignify their lives is to allow them to make something which you need and you buy from them. But then there is one category of persons with special needs that I feel we haven't addressed at all or inadequately. And I can see Romana smiling because she knows those kids. These are persons who are gifted and talented. There is a sizable population that we are not addressing. And those children have lots of potential. When you say you want to nurture every learner's potential, those have been excluded. When you talk of inclusion, most of the time we think of persons with disabilities. But persons who are gifted and talented have almost been excluded from our education system. And they live very miserable lives. I know a few who couldn't fit in our systems. And they are living very miserable lives in the village. One of them, I saw them over the weekend. He's just an alcoholic. Why? Because our education system is meant for those who are exceeding expectations. You know them? The A students. Those are the ones we celebrate. But there are so many who fall outside that A category. In fact, if you administer an exam, they won't get an A. Why? Because the way we assess the response that we expect from the learners is, no wonder we say, exceeding what? We have an expectation. We have a marking scheme. So if you present anything outside the marking scheme, there's something wrong with you. You get a 0. So how do we deal with those kids? They are not handicapped. They have no physical impairment. They have no visual impairment. They have no hearing problems. But they have a special need. So I want to invite persons who have an interest in that, so that in the coming year, during our symposium, we want to hear more about the functional assessment of identifying these persons, the intervention programs, the assessment systems, and all the other programs that will ensure their potential is nurtured. I now want to come to the county assessment hubs. And I'm glad that the gentleman from Busia was able to articulate very sober issues on what we need to do with the hubs. And I agree with you on all the 4 issues. So Njuguna in the communique, we need to capture that and engage all the players, the TSC, the Ministry of Education, so that we can strengthen these assessment hubs. The model we have been using has been keeping those who practice too far away from where the policy is developed. Because if you are in Busia, and we are here in Nairobi, and we are having these conversations on assessments, you might read something on the media that there was a symposium in Nairobi. But you may not quite appreciate what was being discussed in that symposium. That's why we have deliberately agreed that they will come and participate in person in the symposium. Now, what I expect from you next year, at least 30% of the presentations should come from the assessment hubs. After all, you are the ones doing the implementation. So if you are a practitioner or you have an innovation that you want to come and share with us, next year, we will not give you space to come and share your innovation on your own. You'll have to come with someone from the schools, so that they are the ones to tell us whether your innovation is working. Otherwise, you can come and give us a lot of statistics and tell us how things are working. Those are the guys who know whether it is working or not. So we want to strengthen the assessment hubs, and we will take up the 4 challenges that you have raised and make sure that we build on that. The next, and maybe the last, is on the Friday assessment conversations. We devoted Fridays from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m., 2 hours, to step back and reflect and ask ourselves questions around the various issues affecting implementation of competency-based assessment. And I want to invite even our friends from other countries that these conversations are offered in a hybrid environment. It's both physical and virtual. So if you have an issue that you have picked during this symposium, and you are from Zambia, for example, and you feel there is someone in, it doesn't have to be in Kenya, it could be the person from Ghana or Uganda, and you have exchanged some ideas during tea break or lunch break, and you haven't quite gotten a breakthrough, you just get in touch with Mr. Mwambura and say, coming Friday, between 3 and 5, give us the platform. And we want to be joined by, I don't know who, from Kenya, and whoever else from whichever country. And for those 2 hours, we come and ventilate on the issue and ask ourselves questions. And from those questions, we will find ourselves starting to craft some interventions or solutions to the many challenges that we are experiencing. So I want to challenge my NEC team that let's build these Friday assessment conversations. And if possible, let's even break this into 3, if possible. We can have an assessment conversation platform for junior schools. We can have another platform for senior schools. And we can even have one for teacher education, teacher training colleges. I mean, I was thrilled by the kind of innovations that are taking place in Meru Teachers College. So the more we engage, the more we have a platform to engage with one another and with the ideas, the more we find solutions and interventions to the many challenges that we are experiencing. So with those very many remarks, I want to appreciate each one of you in whichever capacity that you participated in this third annual National Symposium. And we want to wish you well and God's blessings as you travel back. Next staff is not yet 5, it's not time to travel back. And look forward, not just to the next symposium, but to engagements beginning from now. Let's not say, now the symposium is over, let's wait until next year to come and go through the motions again. Let's say, can we start to build on those conversations now and find a way of building on that until we come next year and we start to celebrate the things that we have agreed on. So with those very, very, very many remarks, it's now my humble duty to declare this symposium officially closed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. As you take your seat, I want to invite Lucy Rono with her team to quickly perform a little ritual here. It is not a bad ritual, but Lucy has been in charge of hospitality, and she's done a fantastic job. Let's appreciate Lucy and her team. Okay.
Our CEOs, invited guests, good evening. We've come to the end of our symposium, and as our CEO has said, it's just like a token of appreciation, and it was our committee's chair idea to conclude with appreciation, gratitude to all of us. So as a sign, we are going to invite our CEO and our CEO Neb just to do a sign of cutting cake so that you can represent our international delegates, and our CEO will represent all our local delegates. So allow me to invite you. Welcome, please. So we have a cake here. It is marking the end of NEC third annual symposium. We are just going to hold our knife to signify, then we'll allow you to sit. And my ushers are on standby. Sorry. So we are just going to hold the knife, both of you. Symbolic. It's symbolic. Can I move away so that it can just be the two of you? Okay. All right. So yeah, it's just symbolic. It is a token of appreciation to all of us. So we will not sing, we will not say kata keki. Allow us just to go and say thank you. 1, 2, 3, go. Let's give them a clap. Thank you, that's it. So maybe you can just stand there, Bonasio. You can stand here so that you can have a bite. My team of ushers, they are so much on standby.
This is your celebration.
So you can cut.
Come on. Celebrate. Celebrate good times. Come on. Let's celebrate. There's a party going on right here. A celebration to last throughout the years. So bring your good times and your laughter too. We gon' celebrate your have a good time. Celebration. We gon' celebrate and have a good time. It's time to come together. It's up to you. What's your pleasure?
Cameraman, move that side. So, they are going to have a bite.
It's a celebration.
So much. Let's clap for them. Thank you so much. All of us will get a bite. So my team will distribute as fast as we can. Thank you so much.
Uhambe nami zungangishiyilana dawo yami ayikholana buso wami awukholana ilondoloze zuhambe nami dawo yami ayikholana buso wami awukholana ilondoloze zuhambe nami ilondoloze 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 zungangishilana ilondoloze 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 zungangishilana dawo yami ayikholana buso wami awukholana ilondoloze.
As we partake the cake, may I request Bishop Kasinga to join us here for the closing prayer. And then shortly after, we will have the national anthems, which again will bring the curtains down. Frank, you can organize the children.
I request that we may be upstanding as we pray our last prayer. I request those serving, if we could hold for a moment. Let's pray. Our most loving Father, this evening we want to thank you. We want to honor your name. We want to magnify your name for the way you have been bountiful to us. From Monday when we began this symposium, you have been so good to us. You have blessed our coming in and our going out. We want to thank you that you blessed our bread and our water. We want to thank you that, Lord, you have used the presenters, the moderators, and everybody that was playing a role in the program in such a great way, so that, Lord, we have had a wonderful finish. We want to return all the glory to you for the CEO NEC, Dr. Jengere, and his team of management, and everybody, even, Lord, the committee that put together the symposium. Thank you for the CEO, UNEB. We want to thank you, Lord, for our visitors from sister examinations boards. We want to thank you, Lord, for everybody that has come out of our country and those from within our country, the various stakeholders that have collaborated to make this symposium a success. We want to thank you for our children that have participated from different institutions and their teachers. We want to thank you for the service providers. We want to thank you for the gift of good health. We want to thank you for the gift of peace in this country. We want to thank you, Lord, for the wonderful enabling environment that you have allowed us to enjoy during this week. May your name be glorified now and forever. We want to pray, Lord, as we come to the end of this symposium, that as we travel back to our homes, some will fly, others will drive, others will use PSVs, others will walk home, whatever means we will use to get back home. We want to declare the cover of your precious blood over us. We want to declare your safety to be our portion. We want to pray that, Lord, you will deliver us from every plan of the enemy so that we will all travel safely back to our homes. May your name be glorified even for the challenges that we have come up with as take-homes. And Lord, as we look forward to next year, if you give us the grace, we are praying that, Lord, we will be able to make a better symposium, even, Lord, with the name of improving the education system and learning process in Africa and the globe at large. Lord, we pray that you are blessing us this evening and the weekend ahead and even the days ahead in this year, even as we look forward to next year. If you tarry to come and give us the grace to come again, may your name be glorified. Thank you for hearing our prayer and doing exceedingly abundantly and above our praying and imagination through the power that works in us. Because we ask and receive your will now. In the name of Jesus, we all said, amen.
Amen.
God bless you.
Let's remain standing. Thank you, Bishop Kasinga. Let's remain standing for the Kenya National Anthem and the East African Community Anthem.
Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu, jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu,
Thank you very much. As you enjoy the cake, take time to say hi to someone you haven't talked to since this week began. And travel safe. DJ.
Quality assessment.